Oh, welcome to Mr. Nightbleed. Tonight, in 7 most haunted cemeteries in the world, we return to the quiet edges of existence, where the hum of the living fades and only the wind moves through the tombstones. These are real stories buried in stone and soil, cemeteries that whisper, monuments that bleed history, and resting places that refuse to rest. Every account you're about to hear comes from those who've stood before these haunted grounds and felt the chill of something watching from below. My goal this month is to reach 4,000 subscribers. Almost 90% of viewers wander in, listen, and vanish into the dark without subscribing. Don't be one of them. Join the darkness. Subscribe now. Before we begin, tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what hour of the night it is for you. And if there's a cemetery in your town that truly unsettles you, type its name below, because when the world sleeps and the soil settles, some things beneath it do not rest. Kill the lights, silence the world, take a slow breath, and let us begin. My name is Elena, and I'm from Millbrook, Alabama. I moved here about 3 years ago, got a job teaching 7th grade English at the middle school. It's a small town, real small. You know the type. One grocery store, one stoplight that everyone still stops at even when it's blinking yellow at 2 in the morning. People wave when they drive past, even if they don't know you. Takes about 15 minutes to walk from one end of Main Street to the other, and that's if you stop to look in the hardware store window. The house I rented is, well, it's fine. It's a 1-story place, kinda yellowy beige, with a porch that sags a little on the left side. My cousin Jake lives with me. He's between jobs right now, doing some woodworking on the side. Makes these little birdhouses that nobody buys. But he pays his half of the rent, so whatever. Works for me. The thing about the house is where it sits. It's right across from the cemetery. Not in a creepy way, though. At least, not at first. The cemetery's been there since, I don't know, the turn of the century? Something like that. It's modest. That's the word the landlord used. Modest little place. And it is. Low brick wall around most of it, about knee-high. You can see right over it from my kitchen window. I should probably describe the cemetery more, since it's, well, anyway, it's not one of those big fancy places. It's compact, turn of the century, like I said. Mostly overgrown in the back sections, but neat near the entrance where the town still bothers to mow. There's a willow tree right in the center. Real pretty. Moves in the wind like it's dancing. And there's this one grave over on the left side. That's always decorated. I mean always. Fresh flowers, little flags sometimes. Those solar-powered lights that charge during the day. Someone's taking care of it. I see them sometimes, from my window. Just a figure. Never paid much attention. The town itself is quiet. Real quiet. You get used to the sounds. The wind through the willow. Gravel crunching when cars pull in to visit graves. Sometimes the screen door creaks if you don't lock it right. Radiator knocks in the winter. Wood settling at night. You know, normal house sounds. There's a church about 3 blocks over, and you can hear the bells on Sundays. Not loud. Just there. Like background music. My schedule is pretty regular. School starts at 8. I'm up at 6. Coffee, toast, out the door by 7:15. Jake usually sleeps in. He says the morning light is bad for his creativity. I don't know about that. I just know he's still snoring when I leave. I come home around 4, sometimes 5 if there's grading. The kids are, well, they're 12. They're either the most interesting people you've ever talked to, or they're trying to see if they can staple their friend's shirt to the chair without anyone noticing. No in between. Evenings are quiet. I grade papers at the kitchen table. Jake's usually out in the shed working on his birdhouses. Sometimes we watch TV, basic stuff. We don't talk much about the cemetery. He made a joke once when he first moved in. Something about quiet neighbors. I laughed. It was funny. They are quiet. The delivery driver who brings our packages, he's this guy named Daryl. Always comments on the house. "You got the cemetery view," he says. "Must be peaceful." I say, "Yeah, it is." He told me his grandma's buried there. Over on the right side. He doesn't visit much. Says it gives him the creeps, all those old stones. I didn't ask why. So that's the setup. That's how things were. For a while anyway. The first thing I noticed, the first thing that was kinda weird, was the gate. There's this iron gate at the entrance. Not fancy, just a gate. It started swinging open at night. I'd be washing dishes, look out the window, and it'd be moving. Back and forth. Creaking. I figured it was the wind. We get these gusts sometimes. Come down from the hills. But it was always at the same time. Around 10:30, like clockwork. I checked the clock on the stove. 10:32, 10:34. Somewhere in there. I mentioned it to Jake. He said maybe the latch was loose. He went out and looked, said it seemed fine, but it kept happening. I started closing the kitchen curtains at 10. Problem solved, you know? Out of sight, out of mind. Then the motion light. I have one on the porch. For safety, I guess. The landlord installed it. It started going off at weird times. 3 in the morning, 4. I'd wake up, look out. Nothing there. No deer, no raccoons. Just darkness. And that one grave with the decorations, lit up by my porch light for a second before it clicked off again. The light would trigger, and I'd see the flowers, the little solar light. Then darkness. I thought maybe a cat, or the wind moving branches. Motion sensors are sensitive. My dad had one that went off every time a leaf blew past, so I didn't think much of it, just adjusted the sensitivity. Or tried to. Still happened. Jake noticed it too. He sleeps in the front room, near the porch. Said it was like a strobe light some nights. He got one of those sleep masks. Problem solved, he said. Then the flowers. On that one grave I mentioned. The always decorated one. I started noticing they were fresh. Like really fresh. Not just maintained. New bouquets every few days. Different ones. Sometimes roses. Sometimes those cheap carnations you get at the grocery store. Sometimes wildflowers. And the weird part was the timing. I'd see old ones there in the morning, come home in the afternoon, and they'd be replaced. Like someone was changing them during the day, while I was at work. I asked around school, not directly, just casual. Who takes care of the cemetery? Mrs. Henderson, the history teacher. She's been here forever. She said the town has a caretaker, old Mr. Pruitt, but he only comes Tuesdays. Mows, tidies up the entrance. That's it. She said families usually take care of their own plots. But this grave, the one with the constant flowers, she got weird when I mentioned it. Just said, some graves ask for more attention than others. Then she changed the subject. Told me about the new copier in the office. Real obvious subject change. I looked at the headstone one weekend. Just curious. The name was, I don't know, something common. Mary something. Anne, Mary Ann. Died 1912. Young, 23. Same age I was when I moved here. Just a coincidence. Obviously. The voice was next. I was grading papers one night. Late. Maybe 11. Jake was asleep. And I heard, it wasn't a voice really, more like a whisper, but not words, just sound. like someone trying to say something but the words won't come out right. I thought it was the TV, but it was off. Then I thought it was Jake, maybe talking in his sleep. I cracked his door. He was out, snoring softly. I went back to my papers. Heard it again. Coming from, I don't know. Outside? Inside? It was hard to tell. I opened the front door. The motion light clicked on. The cemetery was just there. Quiet. The willow tree moving a little. The gate was closed. But the whisper was louder. Not louder. Clearer. Like it was right by my ear. I went inside. Locked the door. Told myself it was the wind. Old houses make sounds. Pipes. There's no basement, but maybe the pipes in the walls. I Googled it. Old house whispering sounds. Got a bunch of stuff about air and pipes. Made sense. I mean, it had to, but it kept happening. Every night I graded papers, same time, same whisper, and I started noticing, this is gonna sound crazy, but I started noticing the chipmunks. We have these chipmunks that live under the porch. Cute little guys. They'd be out there in the evenings, running around. But when the whisper started, they'd stop. Freeze. Like they heard it too. Then they'd dart under the porch real fast. Animal instinct, you know? They hear something I don't. Jake started noticing things too. He said his tools were moved. In the shed. He'd leave a saw on the bench, find it on the shelf. He blamed me at first. I told him I don't touch his stuff. He said maybe it was vibrations. The shed's old. Maybe things shift. Sounded plausible, I guess. Then the footprints. That was... okay. That was weird. I came home one Tuesday. Mr. Pruitt's day. He'd mowed. The cemetery looked nice, but there were these footprints in the dirt path that runs along the side of my house, between the house and the cemetery wall. They were just there, starting at the gate and ending at my porch steps, like someone walked straight from the cemetery to my house. And they were muddy, but it hadn't rained. Not for days. The ground was dry, but these prints were wet, fresh. I took a picture, showed Jake. He said maybe Mr. Pruitt, but Mr. Pruitt wears boots. These were smaller, like sneakers, or those old-fashioned shoes. Hard to tell. The prints were partial, just the front part, like someone walking on their toes. I don't know. I'm not a tracker. They were gone the next morning, washed away, but no rain. Maybe Jake hosed them off. I asked him. He said he didn't, but maybe he forgot. He forgets things sometimes. Then it was inside. I came home one Friday, and the front door was unlatched. Not open, just not locked. I always lock it. I'm paranoid about that. Jake too. We both grew up in Birmingham. You lock your doors. But it was just unlatched. The deadbolt wasn't thrown. I asked Jake. He said he'd been out, but he locked it. He was sure. The next day, my keys were on the kitchen counter. I always hang them by the door. Always. It's habit. Jake wouldn't move them. He doesn't care where my keys are. I thought I was just tired, stressed. Teaching does that. End of the semester, kids are wild. I probably just forgot. But I don't forget. I'm organized. My lesson plans are color-coded. I don't just put my keys down somewhere random. The temperature thing started after that. The living room, the one that faces the cemetery. It got cold, not all the time, just sometimes, like walking into a freezer. Then it'd be normal again. The thermostat said 72, but it felt like 50. Jake said I was imagining it, but he wears a hoodie in there now. I noticed. I started dreaming about the cemetery. Not scary dreams, just dreams where I'm walking in it, and there's someone ahead of me, always ahead. I can see their back. They stop at that one grave, the decorated one, Mary Ann's. They kneel down, change the flowers, but I can never see their face. I call out. They don't turn. I told myself it was just stress. Work, the dreams, the sounds, all of it. But then I found the picture, in a box of old school photos. Mrs. Henderson gave me a bunch of historical stuff for a lesson. Old pictures of Millbrook. And there's this one photo, black and white, from, I don't know, maybe 1910. Shows the cemetery. And there's the willow tree, smaller but same spot. And there's a figure by that grave, blurry. But they're wearing, it looks like a dress, long, dark. And they're looking at the camera, or maybe past it, hard to tell. But the weird thing, the thing that made my stomach drop, is the house in the background. My house. It looks the same. Same saggy porch, same yellowy color, even in black and white. And there's someone on the porch. A woman. And she looks like she's waving, not at the photographer, at the figure in the cemetery. I asked Mrs. Henderson about the photo. She got real quiet. Said it was probably a family picnic. Lots of families used to picnic in cemeteries back then. Didn't think anything of it. I asked who lived in the house. She said she didn't know, but her face said she did. She just didn't want to tell me. I went to the town clerk, Mr. Carver. He's young, new, doesn't know all the history, but he pulled the property records. The house was built in 1901. First owner was a widow. Name was Mary Ann Cross. Lived there alone. Died in 1912. Age 23. Buried in the cemetery. In that plot. The one with the flowers. I asked him who the flowers. Who puts them there? He looked at the records. Said the order comes from a trust. Set up in 1912. Paid for perpetual care. But he couldn't tell me who set it up. The name was faded. The handwriting. Hard to read. But it looked like Cross. M.A. Cross. Same name. I went home. Jake was out. The house was quiet. The sun was setting. That time of day when the light hits the cemetery just right, makes the stones glow. I was standing at the kitchen window washing a mug, and I saw the gate swing open. 10:30, right on time. But this time, there were flowers on the porch. Fresh carnations, the cheap kind, wrapped in that green paper they use at the grocery store. I didn't pick them up. I left them there. They're still there, wilted now, brown at the edges, but they're there. Last night, the whisper was different. It said a name. Not Mary, not Anne. It said, Elena, clear as day. Like someone was right behind me. I turned. No one there. Just the open doorway to the living room. And it was cold. So cold I could see my breath. Jake's moving out next week. Says he needs to be closer to the city. For his woodworking. I think he's just scared. He doesn't say it. But he doesn't sit in the living room anymore. And he locks his bedroom door. I can hear the click. I still grade papers at the kitchen table. Still hear the whisper. Still see the gate. Still see the flowers on that grave. Every day. New ones. I looked up Mary Ann Cross today. In the school library. Old newspapers. She died of influenza. In that house. They found her at the kitchen table. Papers spread out. She was a teacher. 7th grade, English. The flowers on my porch are gone now. I threw them out. But there are footprints again. In the dust on the porch boards. Just the front parts, like before. Leading from the steps to my front door. They only appear at night. I tried to take a picture, but my camera, It just shows an empty porch. The flash reflects off the window, makes a glare. I'm not scared. I mean, I tell myself I'm not. It's just patterns, right? People see patterns in everything. That's what I tell the kids. Don't assume meaning where there's just coincidence. But the motion light went off at 10:30 tonight. I looked out. The cemetery is dark, but there's a shape by the willow tree. Just a shape. Could be a shadow. Could be anything. It's not moving. I think I'm going to start locking the bedroom door too. Jake's right. It's just safer. The thing is, I still have to grade these papers. They don't stop. The kids need their grades. So I'm sitting here, at the kitchen table, and I can hear the whisper. It's not behind me anymore. It's in the living room, and it's getting closer, but I'm not turning around. I'm just going to keep grading. Keep my head down. Keep the lights on. The cemetery's quiet tonight. No wind. But the gate's open. I can see it from here. And the flowers on Mary Ann's grave. They're the same ones I threw away. The same brown, wilted carnations, wrapped in green paper. My name is Elena, and I'm from Millbrook, Alabama. And I think I'm going to start leaving flowers too. My name is Marcus Webb, and I'm from Burlington, Vermont. I moved back about 3 years ago. Not because I wanted to, really. More because I had to. Mom's 84 now, and she'd fallen twice in 1 month. The second time she spent the night on the kitchen floor because she couldn't reach the phone. So I gave up my apartment in Winooski, quit the warehouse job, and came home. It's not a big deal. You do what you gotta do. The house is the same one I grew up in. 2-story colonial, white paint peeling in strips. It sits right on the edge of the old North End, where the streets get narrow and the sidewalks buckle from tree roots. My bedroom's still the same room I had in high school. Mom kept it exactly how I left it. She even left my Nirvana poster on the wall. I guess she thought I'd be coming back sooner. I work nights now. Security guard at the hospital down on Colchester Avenue, 11 to 7, Wednesday through Sunday. It's quiet work. Mostly, I sit at a desk in the lobby, watch people come and go. Sometimes I do rounds through the empty halls. The fluorescent lights hum. The linoleum tiles shine. It's peaceful in its way. Gives me time to think. Mom's usually asleep when I get home around 7:30. I'll hear her oxygen machine going. That steady whoosh whoosh from her room. I'll make coffee, sit at the kitchen table, and look out the window. That's my routine. Every single morning. The view's not much. Just the street, then the cemetery. Greenmount Cemetery, it's called. Modest size. Early 1900s, I think. The stones are small and close together, packed into this little rectangle of land between our house and the church next door. It's overgrown most of the year. Grass gets tall in the summer. Dandelions everywhere. There's a wrought iron fence around it, but one gate's missing on our side. Just gone. Rusted hinges sticking out of the stone post, but no gate. Hasn't been there as long as I can remember. In the center, there's a big willow tree. Droops down almost to the ground. And near the back, there's these 2 matching headstones. Same size, same shape, same everything. Always been there. A married couple, probably. I don't know their names. I never really looked that close. The cemetery never bothered me. I played in it as a kid, hide and seek behind the stones. Mom would bring flowers to the graves sometimes, even for people we didn't know. She said it was a kindness. The dead don't have anyone else, she'd say. I guess that's true. Burlington's quiet. Especially our neighborhood. You get the church bells at noon and 6. You get the train horn from the tracks down by the lake. You get crows, lots of crows. They sit on the fence and watch. Sometimes a chipmunk will freeze right in the middle of the path, then dart under a stone. That's about it. The first weird thing happened in October. I remember because the leaves were coming down heavy, and I just raked them into a pile by the fence. I came home from work, poured my coffee, and sat down. And I noticed the gate. The missing gate. It was there, closed. I stared at it for a while. It was definitely a gate. Iron, same design as the rest of the fence. Looked old, but not rusted through. Just sitting there in the opening where nothing had been before. I figured the church finally got around to replacing it. I mean, they'd been talking about fixing the fence for years. I drank my coffee, didn't think much of it. But the next morning, it was gone again. Just the rusted hinges. I went outside to check. The grass where it had been was flattened down, like something heavy had sat there. But no gate. I stood there for a minute, kinda confused. Then I figured maybe I'd imagined it. Night shift does that to you, messes with your head. Mom noticed it too, though. She was sitting in her chair by the window when I came in that evening. She said, "Marcus, did you see someone put a gate up?" I told her I saw it, yeah. She said, "It wasn't there yesterday." I said maybe the church was testing it out. She just nodded, but she kept looking out the window. She does that a lot. Just stares. The week after that, the flowers started showing up. Fresh ones. White roses, tied with a string. They'd appear on one of the matching graves, always the left one of that pair. I'd come home, and there they'd be, leaning against the stone. Then the next day, they'd be gone. No petals on the ground. Nothing. Just vanished. I figured it was the church again, or maybe a relative, but the timing was odd. 5 in the morning, when I got home, no flowers. 7:30, when I looked out, there they were. Someone was coming between those hours, early, before most people are up. I mentioned it to Mom. She said, "Maybe it's the widow." I said, "What widow?" She said, "The wife. She's still alive. I see her sometimes." I asked her when. She said, "Early, when you're at work." I didn't know what to make of that. Mom's memory isn't great. She mixes things up. Then my motion light started acting up. I put one up over the back door last year, after Mom's second fall. It faces the cemetery. It had been fine, but now it was triggering 3, 4 times a night. I'd be inside, watching TV, and see the light flash on through the kitchen window. I'd look out. Nothing. Just the cemetery. Dark. Quiet. I checked the sensor, cleaned it, adjusted the angle. Still happened. I thought maybe it was the wind moving the willow branches. Or an animal. We get raccoons, skunks, but the light would go on, then off, then on again, like something was moving back and forth in front of it. One night, I decided to watch. I turned off all the lights inside and sat at the kitchen table in the dark. Waited. It was about 2 in the morning. The motion light clicked on. I looked out. Nothing. Then I heard it. A voice. Very faint. Like someone whispering, but I couldn't make out words. Just sound. Rising and falling. I opened the window a crack. Cold air came in. The whisper stopped. I listened for maybe 10 minutes. Nothing. I closed the window, and the motion light went off. Then it clicked back on, and I heard it again. Same whisper, same rhythm, like a question, then an answer. I told myself it was the wind, the willow branches scraping the fence. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded like a person. 2 people, maybe, having a conversation at 2 in the morning in a cemetery. I didn't tell Mom. She'd just worry. Or worse, She'd want to call the police. And what would I say? I'm hearing voices? They'd think I was crazy. Night shift security guard, hearing things. That's a cliche, right? But I started listening more. Every night when I got home, I'd stand by the window before I turned on any lights. I'd hear it. Not always words. Sometimes just breath, like someone sighing or humming. Always from the direction of those matching graves. I looked up the cemetery records, or tried to. The church office is only open Tuesdays and Thursdays, 10 to 2. I went on my day off. The secretary, Mrs. Henley, she's been there forever. She knew me. She said, "Marcus, what can I do for you?" I asked about the cemetery, about the 2 matching graves. She got quiet. She said, "Why do you want to know?" I said I was just curious. She said, "Some things are better left alone." I pushed a little. She opened this big leather book, flipped through. She found the page. She read the names. Eleanor and James Whitmore, she said. Buried 1918. Both died the same day. I asked what happened. She closed the book. She said, "Influenza. Took them both. They were young." She wouldn't say anything else. Just kept looking at me, like she was waiting for me to leave. I went home and told Mom. She was in her chair, by the window. She said, "I know." I said, "How do you know?" She said, "They talk to me." I asked her what they say. She said, "They want to know when you're coming home." That stopped me. I didn't know what to say. Mom's medication makes her loopy sometimes. She sees things. But this was specific. I asked her, "When did they start talking to you?" She said, "When the gate came back." I told her there was no gate. She pointed out the window. I looked. The gate was there, closed, same as before. I went outside, walked across the street. The gate was definitely there. I touched it. Cold iron, solid. I pushed it. It swung open with a squeal. I walked through. The grass was wet. My boots left prints. I went to the matching graves. The left one had fresh white roses. The right one was bare. I looked at the names. Eleanor and James Whitmore. The dates were the same. October 12th, 1918. And below that, another line. Together in life, together in death, together still. I heard the whisper then, clearer, right behind me. I turned. No one. Just the willow tree. But the whisper kept going. A man's voice, then a woman's, taking turns, like they were reading something or reciting. I went back inside. Mom was asleep in her chair. I made coffee, sat down. The motion light clicked on. I didn't look. I just listened. The whisper was louder now. I could almost make out words. Waiting, I thought I heard. And gate. The next night at work, I kept thinking about it. About Mom saying they asked when I was coming home. About the gate appearing and disappearing. About the flowers. I did my rounds, but I was distracted. I kept checking my watch. I wanted to get home before sunrise. I don't know why. I just needed to see. I got home at 7:15. Still dark. The motion light was on. I sat in my car for a minute, engine running. I could see the cemetery through the windshield. The gate was there, closed, and someone was standing by the willow tree. I turned off the engine, got out, quietly. The figure didn't move. It was just a shape, dark. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I walked toward the house, keeping my eyes on it. It didn't move. Then the motion light clicked off. When it clicked back on, the figure was gone. I went inside. Mom was awake. She said, "They were waiting for you." I asked her who. She said, "The Whitmores. They don't like being alone." I told her they're dead. She said, "Not at night, not when the gate's there." I started watching the cemetery from my bedroom window. I'd pull up a chair. I'd sit in the dark. Every night, between 2 and 3, the gate would appear. Every morning, between 5 and 7, it would disappear, like clockwork. And every time it was there, I'd see movement. Not clear figures, more like suggestions, shapes that shouldn't be there, shadows that moved against the wind. One morning, I found footprints on our porch, muddy ones, leading from the cemetery to our front door, then back. I asked Mom if she'd been outside. She said no. She can't walk that far anyway. Her oxygen cord only reaches to the kitchen. I followed the prints. They stopped at the gate, the missing gate, which was there. I asked the neighbors about it. The Hendersons, next door. They've lived there 40 years. Mrs. Henderson said, "We don't talk about the cemetery." I asked why. She said, "It listens." Then she closed the door. I knocked again. She wouldn't answer. I went to the library, looked up old newspapers. October 1918. The influenza pandemic. Whole families dying. I found an article about the Whitmores. James was 30. Eleanor was 28. They died within hours of each other. The article said they were inseparable, that they lived in a house across from the cemetery. My house. I checked the property records. My house was built in 1915, owned by James Whitmore. He sold it in 1918, same month he died, to a man named Arthur Vance, who sold it again 3 months later, and again, and again. 8 owners in 10 years. Then it sat empty for a while. Then my grandparents bought it in 1946. They stayed. My dad grew up here. I grew up here. I asked Mom if she knew any of this. She said, "They told me." I asked her who. She said, "The Whitmores. They said this is their house. We're just visiting." I told her that was crazy. She said, "Is it? They never left." The whispers got louder. I started hearing them inside the house, not just from the cemetery, from the walls. The radiator would knock, and underneath it, I'd hear that same rhythm, that same back and forth, like they were having a conversation. And sometimes I'd hear Mom's name, not her name, Eleanor. But they'd say it the way you say someone's name when you're trying to get their attention. One night, I came home and found Mom's oxygen machine unplugged. She was asleep, but the machine was off. I plugged it back in, checked the cord. It was fine. The next night, it happened again. I asked Mom if she was unplugging it. She said no. She said, "They don't like the noise." The footprints kept appearing, every morning, always from the cemetery to our door. Sometimes they'd go around the house, like they were looking in windows. I found handprints on the glass of Mom's room, small, like a woman's. I installed a camera, pointed it at the cemetery. It recorded nothing but static between 2 and 3 a.m. Not blackness, static, like interference, but the timestamp was clear, and the gate was visible in the static, flickering. There, then not there. I showed it to Mrs. Henley at the church. She looked at it and started crying. She said, "They've been waiting for someone to notice." I asked her what she meant. She said, "The Whitmores. They want their house back. They want their life back." I asked her how to stop it. She said, "You can't. You just keep them company. That's all they want, someone to notice them." So I started going out there. When the gate appeared, I'd walk over. I'd stand by their graves. I'd listen. I couldn't make out most of it, but I caught pieces. Cold. Alone. Waiting. The flowers kept coming. Always on Eleanor's grave. Always white roses. And every morning they'd be gone. I realized they were moving them. From her grave to his. Back and forth. Like they were sharing them. One night, I heard Mom talking to someone in the living room. I came out of my room. She was sitting in her chair, facing the window. She said, "He'll be home soon." I asked her who she was talking to. She said, "Eleanor. She's worried about James. He's been gone too long." I looked out the window. The gate was there, and I saw two figures, one by the willow, one by the fence. They were holding hands, or maybe they weren't. Maybe it was just the way the shadows fell, but I could hear them, both of them now, clear as day. "Thank you," I thought I heard, for noticing. The next morning, I found Mom's oxygen machine unplugged again, but this time, there were white roses on her nightstand, fresh ones. I asked her where they came from. She said, "They brought them. They said I'm one of them now." I called the doctor. He said Mom's fine, just confused. He increased her medication. But that night, she unplugged the machine herself. I caught her doing it. She said, "They can't sleep with the noise, Marcus. Be polite." I told her she needed it to breathe. She said, "Not anymore. Not at night." The footprints on the porch became permanent. The mud stained the wood. I scrubbed it, but it came back. Always the same pattern. 2 sets. One large, one small. I started sleeping during the day, staying up at night. It was easier. When I slept at night, I'd dream of them, of James and Eleanor, of their house, of their life. And I'd wake up with the feeling that I'd been somewhere else, that I'd been talking to someone. The hospital called. They wanted to know why I hadn't been to work in a week. I said I was sick. They said if I didn't come in, I'd be fired. I said okay. I went to the cemetery in daylight, walked around. The gate was missing. The grass was tall. The willow tree swayed. I found a bench I hadn't noticed before, facing the 2 graves. It looked old, like it had always been there, but I knew it hadn't. I would have seen it. I sat down, and I heard them. Not whispers, just normal conversation. About the weather, about the roses, about how nice it was to have company. I looked at the graves. The left one had my name on it, not Marcus, but my middle name, James. James Marcus Webb. And the date, October 12th, 2024, 2 days from now. I went home. Mom was sitting by the window. She said, "You saw?" I said, "What is this?" She said, "They need their house to be full. They've been alone too long." The neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, came over. She brought a casserole. She said, "You're seeing it now, aren't you?" I asked her what she meant. She said, "The house. It needs a family. The Whitmores had a family." "Then they didn't. Now you do." I told her I didn't understand. She said, "You will." That night, the gate appeared. But this time, it was open. I watched from the window. The 2 figures walked through. They came to our porch. They stood there. I could see them clearly now. Young, dressed old-fashioned. They looked at me through the window, and they smiled. Mom got up from her chair. She walked to the door. I said, "Mom, don't." She said, "It's okay, Marcus. They're just being polite." She opened the door. They came inside. I could smell them. Wet earth, roses, old perfume. They stood in our living room, looking around, like they were home. Mom offered them coffee. They didn't answer. They just looked at me, and I understood. The house, the cemetery, the gate. It wasn't about haunting. It was about filling a space, a family space. They'd had it. Then they lost it. Then they waited. And now they had it back. I still sit at the kitchen table every morning. I still make coffee. Mom still talks to them. She calls them by name. Eleanor and James. Sometimes I answer when they call me James, because I guess I am now. Or I'm becoming him. Or he's becoming me. It's hard to tell. The gate stays now, all the time. The church doesn't mention it. Mrs. Henley doesn't look at me when I pass by. Mrs. Henderson nods from her porch, like we're in on something. The motion light still clicks on. But now I see them clearly, walking back and forth, tending the graves, moving the flowers. Sometimes they wave. I wave back. Mom's oxygen machine is unplugged every night now. I don't plug it back in. She doesn't need it. Not anymore. Not since they came inside. I found a photo in the attic, behind some boxes. James Whitmore. He looks like me. Same eyes, same hair, same everything. Mom said she found it years ago. She said she always knew. She just didn't know how to tell me. The hospital called again. I told them I quit. They said I sounded different. I said I was just tired. I'm writing this down because I want someone to know. In case something happens. In case I disappear. Or in case I don't. In case this is just how it is now. The house full again. The family complete. The cemetery's not quiet anymore. Not to me. I hear them all the time now. Not just the Whitmores. Others. They whisper about the gate. About the house. About the family that came back. I guess we're that family now. Mom's calling me. She says Eleanor wants to know if I'll sit with them for a while. Out by the willow tree. She says it's important. She says they want to tell me something. I think I already know what it is. I think I've always known. The gate's open. I should go. My name is Margaret Chen, and I'm from Burlington, Vermont. Most people call me Maggie. I moved back here about 3 years ago after my dad got sick. He didn't make it, which I guess is part of why I'm still here. I rent this little house on North Avenue, the part where it gets narrow and the sidewalks stop. It's just me and my brother Jake. He's younger, 24, and he's been crashing in the spare room since he graduated from UVM last spring. Just for the summer, he said. That was 8 months ago. It's fine. The house is cheap, and my landlord, Mr. Hennessy, lives down in Montpelier and forgets I exist. That's the way I like it. I work at the elementary school on Pine Street. I'm the librarian. Have been for 2 years. Kids are good. The job is quiet. I spend my days shelving books, reading stories to first graders, helping fourth graders find the dinosaur books they all want, but we never have enough of. I come home around 4, sometimes 4:30 if I'm finishing up paperwork. Jake is usually still at his part-time job at the co-op, stocking bulk bins. I make tea. I look out the kitchen window. That's my routine. The kitchen window looks right out at the cemetery. It's not as bad as it sounds. The cemetery is modest. That's the word for it. It was established in the 1800s, and it's called Maple Grove, though I've never seen many maples there. It's just this contained patch of land, maybe 2 acres, tucked between the road and the woods. There's a stone wall around it, low, coming up to my chest. No gate really, just a gap where the wall breaks and a gravel path starts. The stones are old, some are crumbling in places. The town keeps the front half neat, but the back half, the part closer to the woods, is overgrown. Grass gets tall. Vines crawl up the iron crosses. It's peaceful, though. I've always thought so. My bedroom is at the back of the house, and I don't see it from there, just from the kitchen and the little porch off the living room. In the center of the cemetery, there's a willow tree. It's huge. Its branches hang down like a curtain, almost touching the ground. You can see a bench under there, stone. People used to sit there, I guess. Under the willow, there's one grave set apart from the others. Not by much, maybe 10 feet. It's a little stone, simple, with a lamb carved on top. Lamb means a child, I know that much. The name on it is worn smooth. You can't read it anymore. But someone still comes by. There's always fresh flowers. Not store-bought. Wildflowers, daisies, black-eyed Susans. They appear in a little jar, the kind you put jam in. I notice them when I'm doing dishes. They just show up. I asked Jake once if he put them there. He looked at me like I was crazy. The town itself is quiet. Burlington's not a big city, but where I am, up on the north end past the new north end, it's almost rural. You hear dogs. You hear the church bells from St. Mark's, 2 miles away, on Sundays. You hear the train sometimes, the one that runs down by the lake, even though you can't see it. It's a lonely sound. I don't mind it. The house is old. It creaks. The radiator knocks. The screen door doesn't latch right. Jake keeps saying he'll fix it. He won't. Jake and I, we get along. He makes jokes about the cemetery. Good neighbors, Mags, he'll say. Quiet. He'll wave at the stones when he pulls in from work. I think he does it to make me laugh. It does sometimes. He had a girlfriend for a while, Kayla, but she stopped coming around. Said the house gave her the creeps. Jake said it was just the cemetery. She said it wasn't. That was months ago. He doesn't date much now. My schedule is like clockwork. Up at 6:30. Coffee. Out the door by 7:15. School starts at 8. The kids come in. Classes all day. Lunch is 20 minutes in the staff room. Usually a sandwich I pack. Apple. Chips. I come home. I walk sometimes, around the block, through the cemetery. It's a shortcut to the little store on Heineberg Drive. The gravel crunches under my feet. The stones are warm in the sun. I know the names on the ones near the front. The Henderson family. The Whites. They died in 1918, all of them, within a week of each other. Flu, probably. Mrs. Gable, who lives in the ranch house next door, she told me that. She's 80-something. She tends the flowers on the graves near the entrance, the ones with flags for veterans. She doesn't talk much, just nods. The first thing I noticed was the gate. I say gate, but it's just that gap in the stone wall. There's no actual gate. But in early September, I was up late reading. It was one of those nights where the wind picks up off the lake, and you can feel it even this far inland. I heard a creak, metal on stone. I looked out the kitchen window. The motion light on the back porch had flicked on. It does that sometimes. Raccoons. But I saw the gap, and I could have sworn something moved there. A shadow, just for a second. Then the motion light went off. I stood at the sink for a minute, waiting. Nothing. I went back to my book. Jake mentioned it a week later. "Did you leave the yard light on?" he asked. He was eating cereal at 11 at night. That's his dinner sometimes. "It flickers," I said. "You know that." "Yeah, but it was on for like an hour. I saw it from my window. Kept going on and off, like someone was walking back and forth." "Probably a deer," I said. "Maybe," he said. But he didn't sound convinced. The flowers kept coming. On the lambstone. Every Tuesday, like clockwork. I'd see them when I left for work. fresh ones. I started noticing the pattern: wildflowers in summer. In fall, it was those little yellow ones that grow in ditches. In winter, sprigs of pine. I asked Mrs. Gable about it. She was watering her marigolds. She has a hose that leaks, and it makes a hissing sound. "Someone keeps putting flowers on that lambstone," I said. "The one under the willow." She looked at me. Her eyes are blue, cloudy. "Been that way for years," she said. "Who does it?" "Can't say." She turned off the hose. The hissing stopped. "Some things you don't ask." That was it. She went inside. Her door closed, soft. She's never rude. Just finished. October came. The leaves turned. The cemetery got this golden look, like the stones were glowing. I still walked through it. Jake started working later shifts, so I was alone most evenings. The motion light got worse. It would come on and stay on for 10 minutes. I'd look out. Nothing. Just the willow tree, its branches moving a little. I started turning off the light completely. Just use the porch light, which is dim and yellow. One night, I heard footsteps, clear, on gravel. I was in the living room, watching some show I wasn't really paying attention to. It was 10:30. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like someone was walking the path through the cemetery. I muted the TV, listened. They stopped, right around where the lambstone is. I waited. No sound of them walking away. I got up, went to the kitchen window. The porch light showed the first few rows of stones. Nothing. No one. The willow tree was still. I stood there for 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. I told myself it was the wind. But wind doesn't sound like that. Jake heard it too, a few nights later. He came home at midnight. I was still up, reading in bed. He knocked on my door. "Mags," he said. "You okay?" "Yeah, why?" "I heard someone out there. When I was coming up the walk, like a voice. Whispering." "Probably the wind through the willow," I said. "It makes weird sounds." "It said my name," he said. I looked at him. He was serious. Jake doesn't spook easy. He once drove through a blizzard to get to a concert. "You're tired," I said. "Maybe," he said. But he closed his door hard that night, locked it. I started noticing other things. The gravestones near the back, the overgrown part, looked different, like they'd shifted. I know that sounds crazy. Stone doesn't shift, but one that leaned left now leaned right. I only noticed because I walk the same path every day. I have a system. I notice details. It's the librarian in me. I like things in order. The Henderson stone, the big one with the angel. It had moss on the base. Then it didn't. Just clean, like someone scrubbed it. I went to the town clerk's office. It's in the old municipal building downtown. I went on my lunch break. The clerk is a woman named Patrice. She's been there forever. I asked about Maple Grove, about the records. "Just curious about the history," I said. "The older graves." She typed on her computer. The keys were loud. "Maple Grove," she said. "Established 1847. "Can I see the burial records?" "Those are archived," she said. "Some are digitized." "Can I see the ones for the back half? The older section?" She looked at me. She had that same look Mrs. Gable gave me, like I'd asked something I shouldn't. "Those are incomplete," she said. "Water damage. A flood in 73. "Which graves?" "Can't say specifically. The records are just patchy." She printed out a list. It had names, dates, but sure enough, the back half was missing. Just blank spaces. "Why you asking?" No reason, I said. Just live across from it. Oh, she said. The Chen place. She knew my name. I hadn't given it. How's that working out? Fine, I said. She nodded. Good. She didn't say anything else. She just handed me the paper and looked at the door. I left. The flowers kept coming. Every Tuesday. Even after the first frost. They'd be there. Little sprigs of something green poking through the jar. I never saw who left them. I started watching. I'd get up early, before 6, and stand at the kitchen window in the dark. I'd wait. No one came. But when I'd leave at 7:15, they'd be there. Fresh. Jake started making excuses to not be home. He'd go to friends' houses. He'd stay late at the co-op. He stopped joking about the cemetery. He stopped waving at the stones. It's just a place, I said one night. We were both in the kitchen. He was heating up soup. It's old. It makes noises. It's not the cemetery, he said. It's the house. He didn't look at me. He stirred his soup. The spoon clanked against the bowl. It feels wrong. What does? The air, he said. It feels thick, like before a storm, all the time. I hadn't noticed that, but after he said it, I did. The air in the hallway near the back door felt different, like walking through a cold spot in a lake. You'd pass through it, and then it was normal again. The motion light stopped working completely. I changed the bulb. Nothing. I checked the wiring, what I could see. It looked fine. I just left it off. The porch light was enough. In November, I started hearing the voice. It wasn't Jake's. It wasn't anyone's, really. It was just a whisper. I'd be in bed, and I'd hear it from the living room, like someone was talking on the phone, but the words were muffled. I'd get up. The living room would be empty, the TV off. Jake's door closed. I'd stand there, and I'd hear it again, but now it was coming from the kitchen. I'd go to the kitchen. Nothing. Just the window, and the cemetery, and the willow tree. The lamstone looked pale in the moonlight. I told myself it was the house settling. Old pipes, the radiator. But I knew the sounds of this house. I'd lived here for 3 years. This was different. One night, I came home from work later than usual. The school had a PTA meeting. It was dark by 5. I pulled into the driveway. The porch light was on. Jake was working. The house was quiet. I got out of my car, and I heard footsteps. Not in the cemetery. Behind me, on the gravel of my own driveway. I turned. Nothing. Just the dark. The streetlight at the corner was out. It had been for weeks. I'd called the town. They said they'd get to it. I walked to the house. The key stuck in the lock, like always. I pushed the door open. The hallway was cold. Not winter cold. Different. I turned on the light. Nothing looked wrong. I went to the kitchen. I always go to the kitchen first. I put my bag down. I looked out the window. The willow tree was moving. Not the branches. The whole tree. It was swaying, like in a strong wind. But there was no wind. The air was still. I could see it, though. This slow back and forth movement. I watched it for a minute. 2. Then it stopped, like it had never moved. I stepped back from the window. My heart was beating faster. I told myself I was tired. I made tea. I didn't look out the window again. That night, I heard the whisper. It was clearer. It said, Margaret, not Maggie. Margaret, my full name. I sat up in bed. The clock said 2:47. I listened. Nothing. Then it said it again. Margaret. It was coming from the living room. I got up. I walked down the hall. The cold spot was there. I passed through it. The living room was empty. The voice came from the kitchen. I went to the kitchen. Empty. The window showed the cemetery. The willow tree was still. The lamb stone was lit by moonlight. There were flowers in the jar. I hadn't checked that morning. They were there. White ones, like tiny lilies. I went back to bed. I locked my door. I never lock my door. The next day was Tuesday. I called in sick. I never call in sick. I told them I had a migraine. I sat at the kitchen table with my coffee, and I watched the lambstone. I waited. I wanted to see who left the flowers. I waited all morning. No one came. At noon, I made a sandwich. At 1, I looked again. The flowers were there. Fresh, white lilies. I hadn't seen anyone. I had been looking the whole time. I went outside. I walked across the street. The gravel crunched. I went to the lambstone. The flowers were in the jar. They were real, wet, like they'd just been picked. I touched the stone. The name was worn away. You couldn't read anything. I knelt. I looked at the base. There was something there, carved small. I hadn't seen it before. It said, "Beloved." That was it. Just beloved. No name. No dates. I heard footsteps behind me. On the gravel. I turned. No one. But the gravel was disturbed. Like someone had been standing there. Right behind me. I went back to the house. Jake came home at 4. He saw my face. "You okay?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. That was the first time I admitted it. He sat down. "I've been thinking," he said. "Maybe I should move out, get my own place." "Why?" I asked. But I knew. "It feels like we're not supposed to be here," he said. "Like we're interrupting something." "What do you mean?" He looked out the window. "The cemetery. It's not the problem. It's like we're the problem. We're the ones who don't belong." I thought about that. I thought about the flowers, the footsteps, the voice saying my name, the willow tree moving. That night, I heard the footsteps in the house. Not the whisper. Actual footsteps. On the hardwood floor in the hallway. Slow, deliberate. They started at Jake's door. They walked past my door. They went to the kitchen. I sat in bed, frozen. I wanted to open my door. I didn't. I listened. The footsteps stopped. Then I heard the voice. It said, "Margaret, it's time." I didn't sleep. At 6, I got up. I went to the kitchen. The window was fogged up. I wiped it. The cemetery was there. The willow tree. The lambstone. The flowers were still there. White lilies. Jake came out. He looked at me. He didn't ask. He just said, "I'm going to stay with Mike for a few days." "Okay," I said. He packed a bag. He left at 7. The house felt bigger without him. I went to work. I couldn't concentrate. I kept thinking about the lambstone. Beloved. Whose beloved? I went back to the clerk's office. Patrice was there. "I need to know about the lambstone," I said. "The one under the willow." She looked at me. "I told you. Records are incomplete. Someone leaves flowers there every week." She didn't say anything. "Patrice," I said. "Please." She sighed. She opened a drawer. She pulled out a file. It was old, brown. She opened it. "The back half of Maple Grove," she said. It was a potter's field, for people who couldn't afford proper burial. But that one grave, the one you're talking about, it was different. It was paid for. By a family. What family? The name is in the record, she said. She pointed to a line. It was faded. I could barely read it. Chen, it said. Infant daughter. 1800s. I stared at it. Chen? Common name, she said, but her voice was quiet. What's the first name? Can't read it, she said. Water damage. I went home. I looked out the window. The willow tree was still. The lambstone was still. But it looked different, like it was waiting. That night, the footsteps came again. They started at the front door. They walked down the hall. They stopped outside my bedroom. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The doorknob turned. It didn't open. I always lock it now. The footsteps walked away. They went to the kitchen. I heard the whisper. Margaret. Then softer. Come home. I didn't get up. I stayed in bed until morning. When I got up, I went to the kitchen. The window was fogged again. I wiped it. The cemetery was there. But there was a figure under the willow tree. It was small, like a child. It was just standing there, facing my house. I stepped back. I counted to 10. I looked again. It was gone. Jake texted me. You okay? I didn't answer. I went outside. I crossed the street. The gravel was frosty. It crunched loud. I went to the lambstone. The flowers were frozen in the jar. I touched the stone. It was cold. I looked at my house. From here, you can see the kitchen window. You can see the porch. You can see the light. I looked at the stone wall, the gap, the path. The gravel was disturbed. Footprints, small ones, leading from the lambstone to the gap, to the street, to my driveway. I followed them. They stopped at my front door. I stood there. The door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked. I opened it. The hallway was cold. The whole house was cold. I went to the kitchen. The window was fogged. There was writing in the fog. A child's handwriting. It said, "Thank you for the flowers." I didn't write that. I know I didn't. The footsteps started again, in the hallway. Slow. I turned. No one. But the floor creaked. I could see the boards pressing down, like weight. I backed up. The cold spot was behind me now, in the kitchen. I was in it. The whisper came from right next to my ear. Margaret, stay. I called Jake. He didn't answer. I texted him. I need you to come home. He texted back. Are you okay? I wrote, no. Then I deleted it. I wrote, fine. I sat at the kitchen table. I watched the cemetery. The sun went down. The motion light didn't come on. The porch light flickered. The willow tree moved. Just a little, like it was breathing. Mrs. Gable called me. She never calls. She said, Maggie, you need to leave that house. Why? I asked. Some places, the living aren't meant to stay, she said. Maple Grove, it was supposed to be just for the dead. But that one grave, it was different. The family wanted to be close. They built the house first, then the cemetery. The house came first. What? I said. The Chen house, she said. Your house. It was theirs. They wanted to be near her, but she was alone. She's still alone. She just wants company. I hung up. I looked at the lambstone. The flowers were there. White lilies. I didn't put them there. I never put them there. The footsteps came up the driveway. I heard them. Crunching. Slow. They stopped at the front door. The doorknob turned. It was locked. The whisper came through the keyhole. "Margaret, let me in." I didn't move. The writing appeared on the window again, in the fog. "Please." I don't know what to do. Jake won't come back. Mrs. Gable won't talk to me anymore. Patrice at the clerk's office, she just shakes her head when I come in. The records are incomplete. The house is cold. The cemetery is quiet. The willow tree is still. But the flowers keep coming. Every Tuesday. And the footsteps. And the whisper. And the writing on the window. I tried to leave once. I packed a bag. I got in my car. I drove to the end of the block. I turned around. I came back. I don't know why. I just had to. The house felt like, I don't know, like I was supposed to be here. The lambstone is clean now. I cleaned it. I scrubbed the moss. I polished the lamb. I put fresh flowers in the jar. White lilies. I don't know where they come from. I just find them on my porch, in a bundle, tied with string. I take them across the street. I put them in the jar. I talk to the stone. I say, "I'm here." I don't know if that's right. I don't know what else to do. The footsteps have stopped. The whisper has stopped. The writing on the window has stopped. But sometimes, when I'm in the kitchen, I see my reflection in the window, and behind me, there's a shape, small, like a child, just standing there, watching me. And when I turn around, there's no one, just the cold spot, just the house, just the quiet. Jake called me last week. He said, "Mags, you need to get out of there." I said, "I can't." "Why not?" he asked. I didn't have an answer. I just looked out the window. The willow tree was still. The lambstone was there. The flowers were white. I think I'm supposed to stay. I think she wants me to stay. I think she thinks I'm family. The name, Chen. It's a coincidence. It has to be. But the house is warmer now. The cold spot is gone. The radiator doesn't knock. The screen door latches. Everything feels settled. Like it was waiting for me to understand. I still work at the school. I still come home at 4. I still make tea. I still look out the window. The cemetery is peaceful. It's familiar. It's mine. The only thing is, I don't walk through it anymore. I take the long way around the block, because when I walk past the lambstone, I hear footsteps behind me. Small ones, matching my pace. And when I stop, they stop. And when I turn, there's no one. Just the willow tree, and the flowers, and the quiet. But the other night, I looked out the kitchen window, and the lambstone had a new inscription. It was clear, not worn at all. It said, "Margaret Chen, beloved." I haven't checked the stone in person. I'm afraid to. I'm afraid it won't say that when I get there. I'm afraid it will. The house is quiet now. Jake is gone. Mrs. Gable doesn't call. The town clerk won't look at me. The kids at school, they ask me if I'm okay. I say I'm fine. I am fine. I just don't sleep much. I sit in the kitchen. I watch the cemetery. I wait for Tuesday, for the flowers, for the footsteps, for the whisper that used to scare me, but now just sounds lonely. The willow tree moves sometimes. When there's no wind, I watch it. I don't look away. I think it's okay now. I think it's just saying hello. Last night, I heard the whisper again. It didn't say my name. It said, "Thank you." I think I said, "You're welcome," out loud. I'm not sure. The house is quiet. The cemetery is quiet. The world is quiet. But the flowers keep coming, and I keep putting them in the jar. And the lamb stone, it feels like it's watching, like it's waiting, like it's home. I guess I'm not leaving. I guess this is where I'm supposed to be. With her. With them. With whatever it is that lives in the quiet between the stones. It's not scary anymore. It's just the way things are. The way they were always going to be. The screen door creaks open sometimes, late at night. I don't get up to close it. I know it's just her. Coming home. My name is Mark Benson, and I'm from Millbrook, Vermont. Millbrook's one of those towns you don't really end up in on purpose. It's just there, tucked into a fold of the Green Mountains, where the roads stop trying to be highways and settle for being paved. I grew up here, left for college down in Boston. Did the whole try to make it in the city thing for about 6 years, then came back when my dad got sick. That was 8 years ago. Dad's gone now, and the house is mine. It's a big old place, white clapboard, built in 1892 according to the deed. Needs a new roof, but the mortgage is paid, so I guess that's something. I work from home mostly. I'm a genealogist. Sounds fancy, but it's mostly just staring at old census records and birth certificates, tracing people's great-great-grandparents for them. People pay decent money to find out where they came from. I got into it after Dad died, started researching our own family tree, and realized I was good at it. Patient, I guess. You have to be patient to look at microfilm for 6 hours trying to figure out if John M. Benson is the same guy as John Michael Benson, or if they're cousins, or if the census taker just got drunk and made it all up. My cousin Jake moved in last March. He's 34, a few years younger than me. Lost his job at the lumber yard over in St. Johnsbury when they downsized. His wife left him about a week after that. I guess the two things were related. He needed a place to crash, and the house has 4 bedrooms and it's just me, so it made sense. He's good company. Fixes things around the house, splits the grocery bill. We get along fine. He's got a loud laugh and he's always listening to those true crime podcasts. Drives me nuts sometimes, but it's better than living alone. The house sits on a little rise at the edge of town. Main Street turns into Cemetery Road about 100 yards past my mailbox. That's literal. That's the actual name of the road. And yeah, it's called that because of the cemetery. Millbrook Pioneer Cemetery. It's right across the street from me, separated by a 2-lane road and a low iron fence that's rusted through in places. The fence is more suggestion than barrier. You could step right over it if you wanted to. The cemetery's small, not tiny, but modest. You can see the whole thing from my upstairs office window. Maybe 200 graves, mostly from the 1800s. A few newer ones from the early 1900s. But nobody's been buried there since 1923. It's actually kind of peaceful. I mean, I know people think it would be creepy, living across from a cemetery, but it's not. It's quiet. The town keeps the grass cut near the entrance, and there's a gravel path that winds through the middle. In the back half, it's more overgrown. Not wild exactly, but the grass gets taller back there, and there's some moss on the older stones. There's a big willow tree right in the center, drops its branches down like a curtain. When the wind blows, you can hear the leaves scraping together. It's a soft sound. I like it. Jake teased me about it when he first moved in. "You got a built-in neighbor that's never going to complain about the music," he said. He'd make zombie jokes sometimes, especially after listening to those podcasts. I'd just roll my eyes. He's got a weird sense of humor. But he stopped joking after a while. After things started happening, I mean. I work upstairs in what used to be my dad's study. It's got a good view of the cemetery. I FaceTime with clients, share my screen to show them family trees I'm building. The internet's decent, surprisingly. I get up around 7, make coffee, check the cemetery out of habit. It's just part of the view, like checking the weather. Sometimes there are fresh flowers on graves. Not many, but a few. There's a family plot over on the east side, the Whitmores, and someone always puts white roses there in the summer. I don't know who. Some descendant who still lives in the area, I guess. It's nice that someone remembers. The town itself is quiet. Population's been holding steady at about 2,400 for the last 20 years. There's a general store, a post office, a diner that closes at 3, and a library that's open 3 days a week. Millbrook doesn't change much. That's why I like it. You can count on things being the same. The same people, the same routines. Mrs. Gable at the post office always asks about my work. Old Mr. Henderson walks his beagle past the house every morning at 8:15. The church bells ring at noon and 6. It's that kind of place. Jake got a job at the hardware store in town. Starts at 8, so he's out early. He comes home around 5, usually brings dinner from the diner. We eat, watch some TV, talk about our days. Normal stuff. Sometimes in the evenings, I'll go out on the porch with my laptop and work while the sun sets behind the cemetery. The light hits the old headstones just right, makes them glow a little. It's pretty. I know that sounds weird, saying a cemetery is pretty, but it is. It's history. It's stories. That's what I do. I find stories. I started noticing little things in April. The gate, for one. There's only one gate into the cemetery, over on the left side near the Whitmore plot. It's this decorative iron thing, kind of ornate, with a latch that's supposed to lock. It doesn't really. The lock's been broken since I was a kid, but it stays shut. You have to push it open. Except, I started noticing it would be open in the mornings. Not wide open, just a few inches. Like someone had gone in and hadn't pulled it closed behind them. First time I saw it, I figured it was the wind. We get gusty mornings in April. I went over and pushed it shut. Didn't think anything of it. Next morning, it was open again. I mentioned it to Jake. He said maybe it was kids. "Kids don't come out here," I said. "There's nothing to do." He shrugged. "Maybe they're bored." It didn't feel like kids, but I didn't have a better explanation. Then the flowers. I noticed them because I'm looking at that cemetery every day. There are 3 graves in the back corner, all with the same surname. Bishop. Samuel Bishop, 1841, 1863. Mary Bishop, 1845 to 1865. And little Thomas Bishop, 1862, 1863. The infant. The stones are small, simple. They've always been there. But one morning in late April, there was a bunch of wildflowers on little Thomas's grave, just laid there, tied with a piece of string. Not store-bought flowers, wild ones, daisies and black-eyed Susans. I figured it was maybe some local history group or a descendant, but it was the way they were placed, perfectly centered, like someone had taken their time. I took a picture because it was kind of beautiful, in a sad way. Showed it to Jake that night. He made a face. "That's creepy," he said. "Dead baby flowers." I told him he was being dramatic. He just shook his head and went back to his podcast. The motion light started acting up in May. I have one on the side of the house, points toward the cemetery. It's supposed to turn on when someone comes up the driveway. But it started turning on at weird times. 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I'd be upstairs working late, and suddenly this bright light would flood the side yard. I'd look out, and there'd be nothing. No deer, no raccoons, just the cemetery, dark and still. I checked the sensor, adjusted it, still happened. Jake said the wiring was probably old. "This house is 130 years old," he said. "The wiring's probably older than me." He had a point. I called an electrician from St. Johnsbury. He came out, checked everything, said the sensor was too sensitive, replaced it. Cost me $200. For 2 weeks, nothing. Then it started again. By June, Jake was getting weird about it. He'd stopped making jokes. One night, we were watching TV, and he just said, "You ever hear anything from over there?" He was staring out the window at the cemetery. I asked what he meant. "I don't know," he said. "Like voices, really quiet, like someone's talking, but you can't make out the words." I told him he was probably hearing the wind in the willow tree. "Maybe," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. I started paying more attention, not because I believed anything weird was happening, but because Jake's unease was making me notice things I'd ignored before, like how sometimes, in the early morning, I'd see a shape near the back fence, just a dark spot where there shouldn't be one. But when I'd look again, it was gone. Probably just shadows. The sun plays tricks that time of day. I decided to do some research. That's what I do, right? I went to the town clerk's office. Mrs. Hennessy was there. She's been the clerk for as long as I can remember. Sharp woman, maybe 65. I asked her about the cemetery. Who maintains it? Who has access? She got this look on her face. Not quite a frown, but like she'd tasted something sour. "The town maintains the front half," she said. "The back half, well, that's private land, technically. Always has been. The Bishop family, they had a plot back there, bought it in 1860. The rest of that section, it's complicated." I asked her what she meant. She just shook her head. "Records from that era are spotty. A lot of the ledgers were lost in the fire of '29. She said it like that was the end of the discussion. I asked about the Bishop family. Any descendants still around? She looked at me funny. "Why are you asking about the Bishops?" I told her about the flowers. She didn't say anything for a long minute, just stared at her computer screen. Then she said, "Some things are better left alone, Mark." Which is not something you want to hear from your town clerk. I went to the library next. They've got a local history section in the basement. Old newspapers, town reports, that kind of thing. I spent 3 afternoons down there. Found out the Bishops were one of the original families. Samuel Bishop was a mill worker, died of consumption. Mary, his wife, died 2 years later. The infant Thomas died of scarlet fever, all within 2 years. Sad story, but not unusual for the time. But then, I found something weird. A newspaper article from 1865. It was about Mary Bishop's death. The article mentioned a daughter, Ellen, age 4. But there's no grave for Ellen, no record of her after that. I checked the census records. In 1860, Samuel and Mary Bishop had 2 children, Thomas, age listed as 1, and Ellen, age listed as 2. By 1870, the whole family is gone from the records. No Ellen anywhere. I told Jake about it that night. He was quiet. "Maybe she moved away," he said. "Maybe relatives took her in. Maybe." But I couldn't find any record of that either. No adoption papers, no guardianship records. She just vanished. And the article said she was 4 when her mother died. So where did she go? The motion light kept going off. I started getting up to look. Every time, nothing. But I started noticing the gate. It wasn't just open in the mornings anymore. Sometimes I'd see it open at night. I'd be upstairs, working, and I'd glance out, and there it would be, that gap of darkness where the iron gate stood ajar. I'd look away, look back, and it would be closed again. I told myself it was the angle, the light. You can't trust your eyes at night. Jake started closing his bedroom window at night. His room faces the cemetery. He said the wind kept blowing the curtains, but I noticed he put a lock on the window, a new lock. He'd never done that before. I asked him about it. He just said, "Feels drafty." In July, in Vermont. In August, I found the footprints. I was mowing the lawn. It had rained the night before, so the grass was wet. I noticed them near the edge of the driveway, close to the road. Small footprints, like a child's. They came from the direction of the cemetery, crossed the edge of my yard, and stopped at the corner of the house. Just stopped. No prints going back. I called Jake over. He looked at them, went pale. "Kids," he said. "Probably just kids playing." But there were no prints leading back, and they were small, like really small. I wear a size 10 shoe. These were maybe a child's size 4 or 5, and they were perfect, like someone had just stepped there and then disappeared. I took pictures. I don't know why. I guess I wanted proof that I wasn't imagining things, that there was a logical explanation. I measured them with a tape measure. 4.5 inches long. I looked up shoe sizes. That would be a toddler, a 4-year-old maybe. That night, the motion light went off at 3:17 a.m. I know because I looked at my phone. I was awake. I'd been awake a lot lately. I went to the window. The gate was open. Not just ajar, but wide open. And there was something near the willow tree. A shape. Small. Like a child. I blinked. It was gone. The gate was closed. I stood there for 20 minutes, just watching. Nothing. Just the headstones, the shadows, the willow branches moving slightly in the breeze. I told myself it was a deer. A small deer. But deer don't leave footprints like that. The next day, I went into the cemetery. I hadn't been inside in months. I walked straight back to the Bishop plot. The wildflowers were still there on little Thomas's grave, but they were wilted. I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a space between Mary and Samuel's graves. Not a gap exactly, but a bare patch of grass. Like there should have been another stone there, but there wasn't. I measured it with my steps. About 3 feet. The right size for a child's grave. I went back to Mrs. Hennessy. I asked her about Ellen Bishop, if there was any record of where she was buried. She got that sour look again. "Mark, I told you. The records from that period are incomplete." I pushed. I said I'd seen the space in the cemetery. I asked if maybe Ellen was buried there, but without a stone. She stood up, went to a file cabinet, pulled out an old ledger. She didn't open it, just held it. "Some families couldn't afford markers for all their children," she said, "especially after the mother died. Sometimes they just remembered where they put them." She said them, like she was talking about objects, not people. "But there'd be a record, right?" I asked. "A plot map?" She shook her head. "Not always." She put the ledger back. "Mark, you should focus on your paying clients, not on old tragedies." That night, Jake came into my office. He looked rattled. "I heard something," he said. "Like singing, really faint." I asked him what kind of singing. "I don't know, like a kid's song, one of those nursery rhymes." He hummed a few notes. It sounded like Ring Around the Rosie. That old one. I told him it was probably the neighbor's TV. The Hendersons have a grandkid who visits sometimes. He shook his head. It was coming from outside. We both went downstairs. We stood in the living room, listening. Nothing. just the normal sounds. The fridge humming. The clock ticking. Then, very faint, I heard it too. A voice. High-pitched, like a child. It was singing. I couldn't make out the words, but the tune, yeah, it was that rhyme. It seemed to be coming from near the side of the house, where the footprints had been. Jake looked at me. I looked at him. We didn't say anything. We just stood there, listening. It stopped. Just stopped mid-phrase. The silence after was worse than the sound. The next morning, I found the flowers on my porch. They were the same kind. Daisies and black-eyed Susans, tied with string. They were placed right in front of my door, dead center on the welcome mat. I looked toward the cemetery. The gate was open. I went over. The flowers on Thomas's grave were gone. Just gone. Not wilted, not blown away. Gone. I told Jake. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he said, "I think we should put up cameras." I thought about it. Part of me wanted to. The rational part. The genealogist part of me wanted evidence. But another part, a part I didn't want to listen to, thought that maybe seeing it would make it real in a way I wasn't ready for. I said no. I said it was probably just some weird kid from town playing pranks. Jake didn't argue, but I could tell he didn't believe it either. I started researching the Hendersons, the neighbors. Maybe they had a kid who was, I don't know, disturbed? But they don't. Their grandkid is a teenager, lives in Burlington. Too old for those footprints. Too tall. I went back to the library, dug deeper, found an obituary from 1865 for Mary Bishop. It mentioned her surviving daughter Ellen. I kept digging, found a reference in a church bulletin from 1866. A prayer request for the orphan Ellen Bishop, that she may find peace in the Lord's embrace. That's how they phrased it back then. Find peace. I started to get a bad feeling about what that meant. I asked Mrs. Hennessy about church records. She said the church burned down in 1911. All records lost. Of course they were. The motion light went off every night now, sometimes twice. I stopped looking. I knew what I'd see, or what I wouldn't see. Jake started sleeping with his door locked. He never used to lock it. I started locking mine too. In September, I came downstairs one morning and found the back door unlocked. I never use the back door. It's got a deadbolt, top and bottom. I asked Jake if he'd been out back. He said no. I checked the lock. It wasn't broken. It had just been unlocked. Both bolts, from the inside. That's when I started finding things moved. Small things. A coffee mug left on the counter would be on the table. My laptop, which I always close, would be open. Just an inch. Enough to notice. Jake said I was just forgetful. But I'm not forgetful. I have to be precise in my work. I notice details. It's what I do. One night, I woke up at 2:43 a.m. I know because I looked. I heard footsteps in the hallway. Small, light footsteps. Not Jake's. Jake walks heavy, like he's still wearing his work boots. These were different. I got up, opened my door. The hallway was dark, empty, but I could smell something. Flowers, daisies, that green, earthy smell. I went downstairs. The motion light was on. The gate was open. And there, near the willow tree, I saw her. Clear as day. A little girl, maybe 4 years old. Long dress, like from an old photograph. Dark hair. She was just standing there, looking at me. I blinked. She was gone. I didn't tell Jake. I couldn't. Saying it out loud would make it real. But the next day, I went to see Mrs. Hennessy again. I told her I needed to see the cemetery plot map. The real one, not the public record. She looked at me for a long time. Then she reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a piece of paper. Old, hand-drawn. It showed the bishop plot. 3 graves marked: Samuel, Mary, Thomas. But there, in between Mary and Samuel, was a small X, penciled in, light, like someone had tried to erase it. "What's that?" I asked. She didn't answer. I asked again. She took the map back. "Mark, I'm going to tell you something because you're a good man, and your father was a good man. But you have to promise me you'll stop asking questions." I promised. I shouldn't have, but I did. She told me that in 1865, after Mary Bishop died, the daughter Ellen was sent to live with an aunt in Montpelier, but she never arrived. The aunt wrote letters asking where the child was. The town records show she left on the stagecoach, but there's no record of her arriving. She just disappeared. And around that same time, people started noticing that the gate to the cemetery would be open in the mornings, and flowers would appear on the bishop plot. Wildflowers, always wildflowers. The town would close the gate. Someone would open it. This went on for months, then years, then decades. People stopped talking about it, Mrs. Hennessy said. They just accepted it. It's been happening for 150 years, Mark. Every spring and summer, the gate opens, the flowers appear. Sometimes people see things, but they don't talk about it. Because what are you going to say? That a ghost is leaving flowers on her baby brother's grave? I asked about the footprints. She nodded. Sometimes, usually after someone's been asking too many questions, like you have. I felt cold. What does she want? I asked. Mrs. Hennessy folded the map, put it away. She wants to be remembered. Isn't that what you do? Remember people? She looked at me hard. Maybe stop remembering this one. I went home. Jake was at work. I stood in my office, looking at the cemetery. The gate was closed. The willow tree was still. Everything looked normal, but I knew it wasn't. That night, the motion light went off at 3:17 a.m. again. I didn't look. I heard the singing, clearer now. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. I pulled my pillow over my head. It didn't help. The voice was inside the house. In the morning, I found muddy footprints in the hallway, small ones, leading from the back door to my office. They stopped at the door, and on my desk, placed dead center on my closed laptop, was a single daisy. I haven't been back to the cemetery. I stopped taking clients who need local research. Jake moved out last week, said he got a place in St. Johnsbury. I think he was just scared. I don't blame him. Mrs. Hennessy retired. New town clerk is a guy from Burlington. He doesn't know about the bishops. He doesn't know about the gate. He probably wouldn't believe me if I told him. I keep the back door locked now, both bolts. I check them twice before bed. The motion light still goes off. The gate still opens. Sometimes I hear the singing. Sometimes I see the shape near the willow tree. I looked up the bishops in every database I have access to. I found Ellen's birth record, born 1861. I found her mother's obituary. I found the church bulletin. But there's no death record for Ellen Bishop. Not in Vermont. Not anywhere. I think I know why. The other day, I was working on a client's file, Irish ancestry. I was staring at the screen, not really seeing it. And I heard a voice behind me, small, clear. "Thank you," it said. I froze. Didn't turn around. Just sat there, staring at those names on my screen. After a while, I got up, went downstairs. The back door was unlocked again. I don't think she wants to hurt anyone. I think she just wants to be remembered, to be seen, to have someone know she was here. But I also think she gets lonely. And I think when she gets lonely, she comes across the road. She walks through the yard. She leaves flowers. She sings her little song. She tries the doors. And I think she's getting bolder. Last night, I found a child's handprint on my bedroom window. On the inside, small, perfect, like she'd pressed her hand against the glass, looking out at the cemetery, looking home. I didn't wipe it away. I couldn't. It's still there. Sometimes I think about putting a marker in that space between her parents. Something small. Just her name. Ellen Bishop, 1861 to 1865. Maybe that would be enough. Maybe then she could rest. But then I think, what if it's not? What if she's not leaving? And what if she's not alone? I was in the library yesterday, looking at old maps. I found one from 1864. It shows the cemetery, and behind it, where the woods are now, there used to be a house, the Bishop House. It burned down in 1866, the year after Ellen disappeared. I asked the new clerk about it. He said, "What house?" He didn't know. Of course he didn't. I went home. It was getting dark. The gate was open. I could see it from my porch. And near the willow tree, there were two shapes. One small, one not as small, like a child and an adult, holding hands. I went inside, locked the door, pulled the curtains. This morning, there were two daisies on my porch, tied together with string. I haven't told anyone. Who would I tell? What would I say? My name is Mark Benson, and I'm from Millbrook, Vermont. And I think I have neighbors now. I think they've always been here. I just never noticed. My name is Megan, and I'm from Millbrook, Alabama. I moved here about 3 years ago. People always ask why Millbrook. And I guess the truth is, it was the first place that felt right after my mom passed. I needed somewhere quiet. My cousin in Montgomery told me about this little house for rent, cheap, and I figured why not? It's on Oak Street, which sounds nice enough. Tree-lined, mostly. The kind of street where kids still ride bikes sometimes, where the mailboxes are all dented from years of use. I work at the post office in the sorting facility over in Prattville. Been there since I got here. Early shift, 4 in the morning till noon. It's good work, repetitive. You don't have to think too much. Just sort and stack and load. The guys call me the machine because I don't mess around. I like that. My hands know the routes better than my brain does most days. After work, I come home, take a shower, maybe nap. My roommate Jordan's usually gone by then. Works at the Publix deli, evening shift. We pass each other in the driveway sometimes, wave through car windows. It's that kind of arrangement. Works for us. The house is small, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. The porch is more of a concrete slab with a roof that leaks when the wind blows a certain way. But it's mine, or ours, I guess. The landlord lives in Florida and never bothers us. The rent's $600 a month split 2 ways, which in this economy feels like winning the lottery. We got a window unit in the living room that screams like a banshee and a heater that smells like burnt hair. But it's home. Across the street, there's this cemetery. Heritage Hill, it's called. Modest place. Early 1900s. Iron fence around it. The black kind that's all ornate curls and points. The gate squeaks something awful. There's a willow tree right in the middle. Big drooping branches that scrape the ground when it's windy. The graves are mostly sunken in spots, grass growing over the edges. Some of the headstones are crooked, leaning like they're tired. But it's peaceful, you know? I used to sit on my porch with coffee and just watch it. Birds nesting in that willow, squirrels chasing each other around the stones. It's green and quiet, and nobody bothers you. The town's small enough that most folks have relatives in there. You see people visiting on Sundays, putting down flowers. Real normal stuff. Millbrook itself is the kind of place where the high school football team is still the biggest news. Main Street has a grocery, a hardware store, a diner that's only open till 3. The only traffic light is the one by the elementary school. People know each other's business but pretend they don't. It's safe. I can walk to the corner store at 10 at night and nobody looks at me funny. That's what I wanted. After Mom's long sickness and all those hospital rooms, I needed somewhere. The biggest problem was whether the mail got sorted right. Jordan and I, we don't talk much. We're not friends exactly, more like co-pilots in this house. She leaves notes on the fridge. Trash needs out. Milk's bad. That kind of thing. Her handwriting's got these big loopy letters. She jokes about the cemetery. First week I moved in, she wrote, "At least the neighbors are quiet." She thinks it's funny. I guess it is. She'll be getting home some nights and text me. The dead folks were having a party. I saw the gate open. Stuff like that. Never mean-spirited, just Jordan. I got my routine down perfect. Up at 3:15, out the door by 3:45. The drive to Prattville is 20 minutes if I hit the lights right. I listen to the same classic rock station. They play the same songs in the same order, I swear. Back home by 12:30. I eat lunch, same thing every day. Turkey sandwich, chips, apple. Then I nap for 2 hours. The house is quiet then. Jordan's at work. The cemetery is quiet too. Just that willow moving a little. Sometimes I hear the train from across town, that long horn that sounds lonely. The first thing that happened, I didn't think much of it. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays are light mail days. I got home, made my sandwich, and was sitting on the couch when I heard this squeal. That gate. I looked out the window and it was wide open, blowing in the wind. Thought maybe the wind had caught it, but it wasn't that windy, just a little breeze. I went back to my sandwich. Figured someone had been visiting and didn't latch it right. Happens. That night, Jordan got home around 10. I heard her car pull up, then her voice. She was talking to someone. I got up, looked out. She was standing by her car, looking toward the cemetery. Just standing there. Then she shook her head and came inside. I asked her who she was talking to. She said, "Nobody. Just thought I heard something." She didn't write a note about it. I noticed that. Next day, Wednesday, I got home and there were fresh flowers on one of the graves. White ones. Lilies, I think. They looked new, bright. I noticed because most of the graves have those faded plastic flowers, the kind that turn brittle in the sun. These were real. I figured someone had been there that morning, but the gate was closed when I looked. Latched tight. Thursday. My motion sensor light on the porch came on at 2 in the morning. Woke me up. It's sensitive. Cats set it off. Branches. I looked out. Nothing. Just the cemetery. Dark. The willow looked bigger at night, like a cloud that had settled on the ground. The light went off after a minute. I went back to sleep. Friday, I found a note from Jordan on the fridge. "Someone's been in the yard. Footprints by your car." I looked. Sure enough, muddy prints leading from the street to my driver's side door. Small ones, like a kid's. It had rained the night before, so that made sense. Kids cut through sometimes. But through the cemetery? At night? I didn't know. That weekend, I decided to walk through Heritage Hill, just to see it up close, I guess. The gate squeaked when I pushed it, louder up close. The path is gravel, mostly overgrown with weeds. The willow's trunk is thick, scarred. The names on the stones are worn smooth, lots of them from the 1910s, 1920s. Spanish flu, probably. One whole family died within a week of each other, September 1918. You can still read their names. The Whitmores. I noticed something weird. One grave set apart from the others. It's near the back corner, by the iron fence. The stone's newer than the rest, but still old. 1974. Names worn, but I could make it out. Margaret Ann Price. Born 1930, died 1974. Same year as my mom, I thought. Not the same name, but the same year. I stood there for a minute. The stone had a lamb carved on it, which is usually for kids, but Margaret was 44. That's not a kid. The lamb looked wrong there, misplaced. Monday at work, I asked around. Nobody lives in Millbrook, but one of the older guys, Frank, he used to. I asked him about Heritage Hill. He got quiet. That place is old, he said. Lot of history. I told him about the open gate, the flowers. He just nodded. Folks take care of their own. He changed the subject. I didn't push it. That week, the motion sensor light went off 3 more times. Always between 2 and 3 in the morning. Always nothing there when I looked. Jordan started parking in the back instead of the driveway. I asked her why. She said, "Just feels better back there." She didn't joke about the cemetery anymore. I started noticing the crows. 5 or 6 of them. Always in that willow. They don't make noise, which is weird for crows. They just sit, watch. When I come home, they're there. When I leave, they're there. Sometimes I think they're the same crows, arranged the same way. But that's stupid. Crows move. The second week, I found the gate open again. This time, it was a Saturday afternoon. I was off, doing laundry. Heard that squeal. Looked out. Wide open. I went over. The latch works fine. I closed it, made sure it caught. Walked back. Heard it squeal again. Turned around. Open again. The wind, I told myself. Must be the wind catching it just right. But there was no wind. The willow branches weren't moving. The air was still. Jordan got home early that day. She saw me watching the cemetery from the porch. "It's doing it again, isn't it?" she said. Not a question. I asked what she meant. She just shook her head. "The gate, the flowers." I asked how she knew. She said, "I've lived here 2 years, Megan. It started with me, too." We sat on the porch. She told me she'd never walked in the cemetery, not once. She'd seen the gate open, seen flowers appear. She'd heard someone calling her name once, she thought. But when she looked, nobody there. "I thought I was losing it," she said. "Then you moved in, and I figured maybe I was just tired. But you see it too." I didn't know what to say. I mean, it's a cemetery. Old. Things happen. Gates stick. Flowers get left. But the way she said it, quiet, like she was admitting something embarrassing. I felt this chill. Not a ghost story chill, just the kind that comes from realizing someone else has been carrying the same weird weight you have. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Margaret Ann Price, the lamb, 1974. I got up at 2, looked out. The motion light didn't come on. That was new. Usually it's too sensitive, but it stayed dark. I could see the cemetery, though. The streetlight across the way casts just enough glow. The willow looked different. The branches seemed lower, like they'd grown or drooped more. I stared at it for maybe 10 minutes. Then I saw something move, Not an animal. It was like a shadow shifting, but there was no shadow to shift from. Just movement. Near Margaret's grave. I told myself it was my eyes. Tired. You see things when you're tired. Next morning, Sunday, I decided to go back to the cemetery. Daylight. Safety in numbers, even if the numbers are dead. The gate was closed. I pushed it open. Same squeal. I walked straight to Margaret's grave. The flowers were still there. The white lilies. They hadn't wilted. 6 days now. They looked fresh as the first day. That isn't right. Flowers die. I knelt down. The lamb carving was detailed. Too detailed. I could see its eyes. They looked scared. I checked the graves around Margaret. The Whitmores. The Thompsons. A bunch of kids who died in 18. All older stones. All worn. But Margaret's stone was different. It looked almost polished. The dates clear. The lamb sharp, like it was new. But it said 1974. 49 years ago. Stones don't stay new. I went home and looked up Millbrook Cemetery records. Town website has a PDF. Heritage Hill, established 1901. I scrolled through. Lot numbers, names, dates. Found Margaret Ann Price. Lot 47, Section B. Purchased by an M. Price. No next of kin listed. No other prices in the cemetery. Just her. Alone. I thought about that. Alone for 50 years. That week at work, I started making mistakes. Put mail in wrong bins, misordered packages. My supervisor, Denise, pulled me aside. "You okay, Megan? You seem distracted." I told her I wasn't sleeping great. She nodded. "That house of yours, by the cemetery, people say it's hard to sleep there." I asked what people. She just shrugged. "Just people." I asked her what she meant. She said, "My aunt lived on Oak Street back in the 80s. Said the same thing. Gate opening. Flowers that don't die." She laughed, but it was forced. Superstition, probably. But she moved after a year. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The pattern. Gate open. Flowers. Motion light. Someone in the yard. Jordan hearing her name. Denise's aunt. How many others? I started waking up at exactly 2:47 every morning. Not 2:46, not 2:48, 2:47. My phone would be in my hand, like I'd picked it up in my sleep. The screen would be on, showing the time. The first time I thought it was a fluke. The third time, I started writing it down. 2:47 a.m. every night. I'd look out. The cemetery was always still, but the willow, its branches were definitely lower. I measured it in my mind against the headstone behind it. The first day I moved in, those branches cleared the stone by maybe 2 feet. Now they brushed the top. Jordan noticed too. She came in my room one morning, which she never does. "Megan," she said, "that tree, it's growing wrong." I asked what she meant. She showed me a picture on her phone. She'd taken it when she first moved in, 2 years ago. The willow was full, round, normal. In the picture now, the branches on the side facing our house were longer, way longer. They hung down like a curtain, almost touching the ground. The other sides were normal, just our side, just the side watching us. I told her we were being paranoid. Trees grow. But I knew. I'd been watching. The next disturbance was the voices. Not words exactly. More like a hum. A low sound. Like when you're in an auditorium before a show starts. That kind of expectant noise. I heard it Wednesday night around 11. Jordan was at work. I was watching TV, some sitcom rerun. And underneath the laugh track, there was this hum. I muted the TV. Still there. I turned everything off. Still there. I went outside. It was louder outside, coming from the cemetery. I stood on the porch and listened. It wasn't one voice. It was many, but soft. So soft, you could convince yourself it was wind. But it wasn't wind. I've lived here 3 years. I know the wind. I walked to the gate. It was closed. The hum stopped when I touched the iron. Just stopped, like I'd interrupted something. The silence that followed was worse. That heavy, watchful silence. I went back inside, locked my door. I don't know why I locked it. I've never locked that door in 3 years. Millbrook's safe. But I locked it. Thursday. I came home and found muddy footprints on my porch. Not from the yard, from the street. Small prints, like before. But this time they came up the steps, across the porch, and stopped at my front door. Like someone had stood there, waiting. There were no prints going away, just coming. I took pictures. I showed Jordan. She looked at them and said, "They're new. The rain was 3 days ago. These are fresh." I called the landlord. He didn't answer. I left a voicemail about maybe kids playing pranks. He texted back, "No kids on Oak Street. Too quiet." That was it. No offer to help. No concern. Friday, I went to the town clerk's office. Millbrook's municipal building is 1 floor, built in the 70s. Smells like old coffee and copy machine toner. I asked to see property records for my address. The clerk, a woman named Doris with glasses on a chain, looked at me over them. "You live at 1420 Oak?" I said yes. She typed, "That's the old Price place." I felt something cold in my stomach. "Price?" She nodded. "Been in the family since the house was built. 1920. I asked who owned it now. "Estate sale. Owner died. No heirs. Bank sold it to your landlord." I asked the owner's name. She looked at the screen. "Margaret Ann Price." I stood there. Doris looked at me. "You didn't know?" I shook my head. She printed the record, handed it to me. Margaret Ann Price, born 1930, died 1974. Same as the grave, same person. I asked about the cemetery. "Family plot," Doris said. "She's the last one. Rest are in there too, but older." I asked why she was set apart. Doris shrugged. She requested it. In her will. Said she wanted to face the house, wanted to watch over it. I went home and looked at the cemetery again. Margaret's grave, the one with the lamb, faced my house. Directly. If she were standing, she'd be looking right at my front door. I measured it with my eyes. Perfect line of sight. That night, Jordan and I sat on the porch. Neither of us talked. The gate was closed. The willow hung low. The crows sat in their spots. At 2:47, I woke up without knowing I'd fallen asleep. My phone was in my hand. The hum was back, but inside the house this time. I got up, walked to the living room. The window was open. I know I didn't open it. The screen was pushed out, lying on the porch. The hum was coming from the cemetery, but it was inside too, like the house was a speaker for it. I looked out. The willow branches had reached the fence. They were touching the iron. And there, under the tree, I saw something. Not a person, not a ghost, just a shape. The kind of shape you see when you close your eyes too hard. It was there and not there. And it was looking at me. I know it was. I could feel it the way you feel someone staring at the back of your head in a crowd. I closed the window, locked it, pulled the blinds. The hum stopped. The silence came back, that waiting silence. Saturday, I went to see Doris again. I asked about the other Prices. She pulled their records. Whitmore Price, died 1918. His wife, Eliza, same year. Their 3 children, all in Heritage Hill, all buried in a cluster. Then a gap. Then Margaret, 1974, alone. I asked what happened in the gap. She said, nothing. No Prices in Millbrook for 56 years. I asked where they went. She said, away. I went to the library. Old newspapers on microfilm. I spent 6 hours. Found it. March 12, 1974. Margaret Ann Price found dead in her home at 1420 Oak Street. Coroner ruled natural causes. She was 44. The article said she'd lived alone. Neighbors said she was quiet, kept to herself, liked to sit on her porch and watch the cemetery. The willow tree had been planted in 1901. The article mentioned. It was smaller then. I looked up the house's history. Every owner since Margaret had been a single woman. All in their 40s. All moved in alone or with a roommate. All moved out within 3 years. The dates were there. 1977, 1981, 1984, 1989. Every 4 to 5 years, like clockwork. The names were different, but the pattern was the same. Single woman, 40-something, gone in 3. I'm 44. I moved in 3 years ago. I went home and told Jordan. She didn't look surprised. She sat down at the kitchen table and said, I found something too. She showed me her lease. She'd scratched out the landlord's name, looked up the property records. The landlord is a shell company. No real person attached, just a name and a P.O. box in Montgomery. She'd called the number, disconnected. That night, we both stayed up. We sat in the living room with all the lights on. At 2:47, the power flickered, not off, just dimmed. The motion sensor light on the porch came on, stayed on. I looked out. The willow branches had crossed the fence. They were in the yard now. Not many, just a few, reaching. The gate was open, and there were flowers on my porch. White lilies, fresh. I hadn't heard anyone come. The hum was back, but louder. It had words now. I couldn't make them out, but they were there, like a song you almost remember. Jordan grabbed my arm. We have to leave, she said. But I couldn't move. I was watching the willow. It was growing. I could see it. The branches inching forward, leaves rustling though there was no wind. The crows were still, not moving, just watching. Then the phone rang. My phone. 2:47 a.m. Unknown number. I answered. There was static, then a voice, far away. Your census is due, it said. A woman's voice, old, tired. We've been waiting. I hung up. The line went dead. The hum stopped. The motion light went off. The willow was still again, but the branches were definitely closer. Maybe 10 feet from the house now. Sunday, Doris called me. She'd looked into something for me. Megan, she said. The census records. Every woman who lived in that house. They all died in March. All of them. Margaret in 74, Susan in 77, Patricia in 81, Linda in 84, Barbara in 89. All March. All natural causes. All in the house. I asked why she was telling me this. She said, my aunt was Linda. I always wondered why she left me her furniture but not the house. Now I know. I asked what I should do. She said, move. Today. Don't pack. Just go. I told her I couldn't. Lease. Money. Life. She said, the lease is a formality. The money won't matter. The life. She stopped. Just go. I told Jordan. She was already packing. She'd called her sister in Birmingham, had a place for us, both of us. I looked around my room. 3 years of stuff. But I started packing too. Just clothes, important papers. The rest could stay. That night, our last night, we didn't sleep. We sat in the car in the driveway, engine running, lights on, watching the house. At 2:47, nothing happened. No hum, no light, no phone, just quiet. The willow was still. The gate was closed. The crows were gone. It was like it knew we were leaving, like it was letting us go. We drove to Birmingham, got there at dawn. Jordan's sister's place is small, but it's fine. I called the landlord's number, still disconnected. I looked up Millbrook News online. Nothing about the house, nothing about the cemetery. I thought maybe we'd imagined it. Stress, grief, paranoia. But then I got a package. No return address. Postmarked from Millbrook. Inside, a single item. A small stone lamb, like the one on Margaret's grave. And a note, typed. The census is incomplete. Vacancy expected March 2024. I looked at the calendar. March 2024. This month. I called Doris. She didn't answer. I called the post office. Denise answered. I asked her about Doris. Doris retired last week, she said. Moved to Florida. I asked for her number. Denise gave it to me. I called. A man answered. Said he'd had the number for 6 years. No Doris. I looked up Heritage Hill Cemetery. Found a website. Photos. Recent ones. The willow tree was normal in the photos. Branches not too low. Gate closed. Everything neat. The photos were dated last week, but when I zoomed in, I saw something. In the background, my house, the porch, and on the porch, a figure. Blurry, just a shape, but it was looking at the camera, or past it, at me. I called the cemetery administrator. Number on the website. A woman answered. I asked about Heritage Hill. She said, that cemetery's been closed for years. No new burials since 1974. I asked about the willow tree. She said, what willow tree? I described it. Center of the cemetery. Big, drooping branches. She said, sir, there's no tree in Heritage Hill. Never has been. It's just graves. I hung up, looked at the lamb in my hand. It was warm. Jordan came in, saw my face. What? She asked. I showed her the lamb. She went pale. I got one too, she said. Yesterday. Didn't want to scare you. She brought it out. Same lamb, same size, same warmth. Hers had a note too. Roommate status confirmed. We sat there, looking at these 2 stone lambs. Then my phone buzzed. 2:47 p.m. Text message. Unknown sender. Welcome to Birmingham. We have locations here too. I looked up Birmingham Cemeteries. Found one 5 blocks away. Oak Hill. Established 1902. Iron fence. Willow tree in the center. Photo on the website showed it. Clear as day. The caption, recently restored. I called the number listed. A man answered. Oak Hill Cemetery. How can I help you? I asked about the willow tree. He said, beautiful, isn't it? Planted in 1901, center of the grounds. I asked about recent burials. He said, oh yes, very active. We have a waiting list. I asked for the name of the most recent burial. He typed. Let's see, March 1st, Margaret Ann Price. I dropped the phone. Jordan picked it up, asked him to repeat. He did, Same name, same date. She asked where she'd lived. He said, Millbrook. Moved here last month. Bought a plot early. Very organized lady. But Margaret died in 1974. I saw her grave. Jordan looked at me. What if she didn't? What if she just moved? I thought about the pattern. Every 4 to 5 years, single woman, 40s, moves out, new one moves in. But what if they don't move out? What if they move over? That night, I got another text. Same unknown number. The census is important work. We need reliable counters. You were very thorough. We think you'd be perfect for the position. I didn't answer. I blocked the number, changed my phone. But the next day, I got mail. At Jordan's sister's house. No forwarding set up yet. But there it was. A letter. No stamp. No postmark. Just my name, typed. Inside, a job offer. Census Administrator, Heritage Hill Cemetery. Salary, residency provided. Start date, March 2024. I called the police. They took a report, but what could they do? No threats, just weird mail. They suggested I talk to someone, a therapist. I said I would. But that night, I woke up at 2:47, and I wasn't in Jordan's sister's house. I was on my porch in Millbrook, the one I'd left. I could smell the wet earth from the cemetery, feel the iron railing under my hands. The willow branches were touching the porch now. I could hear the hum, clear as day. Words I almost understood. Welcome back, they said. The census isn't finished. I ran inside, woke up. I was in Birmingham, in bed, but my feet were muddy. And on the windowsill, a white lily, fresh. Jordan moved out last week, got her own place. She said she couldn't sleep, said she kept dreaming of lambs. I stayed. I don't know why. Maybe I'm tired of running. Maybe I'm just tired. I got a new job, census work, City of Birmingham. They assigned me to cemetery records. I start Monday. The office is in the municipal building. Smells like old coffee. My supervisor's name is Doris. She has glasses on a chain. She said, "We heard you were very thorough in Millbrook. That's what we need here." I asked about the willow tree. She smiled. "We have several. You'll see." I looked up my new address. It's an apartment complex. But when I put it into the map, the closest landmark is Oak Hill Cemetery, 5 blocks away. Iron fence, willow tree, active waiting list. This morning, I got a package. No return address. Inside, a key and a note. Your new residence is ready. The neighbors are quiet. You'll fit right in. I haven't unpacked the stone lamb. It's still in the box, but I hear it sometimes. At 2:47, it hums, like it's counting, like it's waiting for the next vacancy. I think about Margaret, about all the Margarets, about the pattern, about the census. You can't outrun paperwork. You can't outrun a job that needs doing. And some jobs, once you're hired, you don't get to quit. The lambs are in every cemetery. The willows are planted just so. The gates open and close. The flowers never die. The neighbors are always quiet. And the census continues. March after march, town after town, woman after woman, counting and recounting, waiting for the next 44-year-old to need a quiet place. My name is Megan. I'm from Millbrook, but I think I'm becoming from somewhere else now. Somewhere with iron fences and willow trees, and lambs that watch you sleep. The census is due, and I'm on the clock. The key fits a lock I haven't found yet, but I know it's out there, 5 blocks away, waiting. The neighbors are quiet. They always are. My name is Megan, and I'm from Council Grove, Kansas. I guess I should start by saying I never believed in any of this stuff. Ghosts, hauntings, whatever. My mom was super religious and my dad was a pragmatist, so I ended up somewhere in the middle, just trying to get through the day. And the days here are quiet. That's why I moved back, honestly. After the city, after the divorce, after everything just got too loud. I work at the post office. Been there 6 years now. I sort mail in the mornings, do my route in the afternoons. Same houses, same dogs, same people waving from their porches. Council Grove is one of those towns that feels older than it is. Main Street has those brick buildings from the 1800s, the ones with the false fronts. Tourists come through sometimes, following the Santa Fe trail markers. They take pictures of the old limestone buildings, and then they leave. It's peaceful. That's what I wanted. The house I rent is a small place on Union Street. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, built in the 50s. The landlord lives in Topeka and never visits. It's got those old aluminum windows that rattle when the wind picks up, which is pretty much always. Kansas wind doesn't stop. It just changes direction. My friend Sarah has been staying with me since her divorce finalized in March. She's got the spare room. We're not like together or anything, just old friends from high school. She needed a place to land, and I had the space. She works remotely for some tech company, so she's always on her laptop at the kitchen table, typing away with her headphones on. Our place sits right across from the old cemetery. Morris County Cemetery, it's called. Modest size. 1870s, I think the sign says. It's well kept, but old, you know? The grass gets mowed, but some of the stones are leaning. Low brick wall around the perimeter, about knee-high. You can see the whole thing from my front window. From the porch, really. It's not creepy. At least it wasn't. It's just there, like a park. Kids cut through it sometimes on their way to the high school. I've seen people walk their dogs along the gravel path that winds through the middle. There's a broken angel statue near the back, by the big oak. One wing missing, the other pointing up at the sky like it's asking a question. Sarah used to joke about it. Good neighbors, she'd say. Quiet, anyway. She'd laugh after, but I could tell she was working up the nerve to say something else. She never did, not then. My routine is simple. I'm up at 5:30, coffee, shower, out the door by 6:15. I'm at the post office by 6:30, sorting. My route is the north side of town. I know everybody. Mrs. Henderson gets a lot of medical supplies. The Johnsons get Netflix DVDs, still, which is kinda sweet. Old man Patterson gets nothing but junk mail and catalogs. But he waits for me on his porch every day anyway. Gives me a wave. I wave back. That's the whole interaction. It's nice. I get home around 4, usually. Sometimes 4:30 if the mail is heavy. Sarah's usually done with her meetings by then. We'll have dinner. Simple stuff. Pasta, tacos, whatever. We don't talk much, which suits us both. We're both tired in our own ways. After dinner, I'll sit on the porch if the weather's decent. Watch the cemetery. It's peaceful. The light hits the stones in the late afternoon, makes them glow. Sometimes I'll see Mr. Chen from 2 doors down, trimming the hedge that borders his side of the property. He never looks at the cemetery either. Not directly. The cemetery has one grave that's always decorated. I noticed it my first week here. Fresh flowers, every single Monday. Never on Sunday, never on Tuesday. Monday. Like clockwork. It's a small headstone. Simple. Margaret Ann Keller, 1843-1879. No beloved mother or anything, just the name and dates. But the flowers are always fresh. Carnations, usually. Sometimes roses. Always in a plain glass jar. Whoever puts them there takes the old jar away. No litter. It's meticulous. I asked about it once, at the post office. My supervisor, Dan, he's lived here his whole life. I said, "Who keeps putting flowers on that Keller grave?" "Every Monday." Dan looked at me funny. "What Keller grave?" he said. I described it. The location, near the broken angel. He shook his head. "Must be family," he said. But he wouldn't look at me after that. Just went back to sorting his mail. That was the first little thing, but I ignored it. People are weird about death. The second thing was the gate. There's a decorative iron gate at the main entrance. It's not locked. Never has been. But it started swinging open at night. Just the one side. The right side. I'd be sitting on the porch, and I'd hear it. A long creak, then a clang as it hit the brick post. I'd look over, and it would be wide open. First time, I figured wind. Kansas wind, like I said. But it only happened after dark, and only that one gate. Never the left side. I started checking the latch. It was always secure when I went to bed, but sometime between 10 and midnight, it would open. I mentioned it to Sarah. She said, "Maybe kids are messing with you." But kids in Council Grove don't mess with cemeteries. It's not that kind of place, and there's no footprints. I looked. The gravel around the gate is undisturbed in the morning. Just that open gate. The third thing was the voice. I heard it one night when I was up late, couldn't sleep. Just a whisper. I thought it was Sarah, maybe talking in her sleep. But it came from outside, from the direction of the cemetery. I couldn't make out words. Just a sound, like someone trying to say something but the wind was taking it away. I got up and looked out the front window. Nothing. Just the gravestones, all silver in the moonlight. The gate was open. I told myself it was the wind through the trees. There's a willow in there, near the center. It makes sounds. But this was different. It had rhythm, almost like a name. 3 syllables, over and over. I started closing my bedroom window at night, which is stupid because it faces the backyard, not the cemetery. But I did it anyway. Sarah started noticing things too. She'd be up later than me, working. She said the motion light on the garage would trigger sometimes. No cars, no animals. Just light flooding the driveway for a minute, then darkness. She said it happened at 11:47 every night. Exactly. She timed it. I told her the sensor was probably faulty. She gave me that look. The one that says we both know I'm full of it. Then the flowers started changing. Still every Monday, still fresh. But now there were 2 jars. One on Margaret Keller's grave, and one on the grave next to it. That one's unmarked, just a field stone. No name, no dates. But the jar was there, same kind, same fresh flowers. Whoever was doing this was expanding their routine. I should have asked more questions. I know that now. But asking questions in a small town is tricky. People close up. They get that look Dan got. Like you're asking about something they agreed not to talk about. I tried the Historical Society. They're open Tuesdays and Thursdays, 10 to 2, run by a woman named Gloria. She's about 70, maybe older. Smells like lavender and dust. I asked about the cemetery records, specifically about Margaret Keller. She pulled out a ledger. Big thing, leather bound. She found the page. Margaret Ann Keller, died 1879. Cause of death, fever. Next of kin, husband, Thomas. There was a notation. Moved. Moved? I said. Gloria closed the ledger. Families did that sometimes, she said. Moved remains, for various reasons. But the grave is still there, I said. She looked at me. "The marker is there," she said. "That's not the same thing." I asked about the unmarked grave, the one next to Margaret's. She said there was no record of any burial in that plot. It was empty, officially. Always had been. I went back and looked at that fieldstone. It was rough, gray, maybe limestone. It looked older than the other stones, older than Margaret's, like it had been there first. The whispers got clearer, not louder, just clearer. I could hear them with the window closed now, always at 11:47, always 3 syllables. I started writing them down, what they sounded like. Megan L. Something like that. Or Megan's son. I couldn't quite get it. Sarah heard them too, from her room. She said they came from inside the walls. I told her it was the pipes. Old houses make noise. But she started sleeping with her door locked and a chair under the knob. Mr. Chen stopped trimming his hedge. I saw him one morning, getting his mail. I waved. He didn't wave back, just went inside. His wife, I've never spoken to her, but I saw her at the window. She was looking at my house. Not at me, at the house. Then she closed the curtains. The gate kept opening, every night. I started going over to close it before bed. I'd walk across the street, my shoes loud on the pavement. The cemetery feels bigger at night. The shadows between the stones seem deeper. I'd close the gate, make sure the latch caught. I'd stand there for a second, looking at Margaret's grave. The flowers glowed in the dark, white carnations. They looked almost blue in the moonlight. One night, I touched the jar. It was cold, not just from the night air, deep cold, like it had been in a freezer. I pulled my hand back. The whispering stopped, just stopped. The silence was worse. I started feeling it in the house, a kind of pressure, like the air got thicker. Sarah said she felt it too. She said it was worst in the hallway, between our bedrooms. That's where the thermostat is. I checked it, 72 degrees, but it felt colder. I bought a new thermometer, same reading, but it felt different. Then the footprints. I came home one Tuesday, my day off, and there were muddy prints on the porch, small, like a woman's shoe. They came from the direction of the cemetery, across my yard, up the steps. They stopped at the front door. No prints going away. I checked the lock. It was locked. I asked Sarah if she'd gone for a walk. She said she'd been inside all day. She showed me her shoes. Clean. I hosed off the porch. The mud was red. Council Grove dirt is brown. This was red, like clay, like the clay they used to make bricks in the 1870s. There's a historical marker about it downtown. The next day, Wednesday, I was sorting mail, and I found a letter addressed to me. No return address. Handwriting I didn't recognize. Spiky. Old-fashioned. Inside, a single piece of paper. Margaret asks that you stop moving the flowers. That was all. I showed it to Dan. He said it must be a prank, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. I asked him if he knew anyone named Margaret. He said, "Not currently." The way he said it. Like there was a Margaret he did know, but not anymore. That night, Sarah was in the kitchen, making tea. I was in the living room, reading. The lights flickered. Not a power surge, just a dim, then back to normal. Then the screen door, the one that faces the cemetery, it unlatched. I heard the spring stretch, then the slap of wood against wood. I got up. The door was open. No wind. The air was still. I looked across the street. The gate was open, and there was someone standing by Margaret's grave. I couldn't see them clearly. They were just a shape, dark, but they were small, shorter than me. They didn't move. They just stood there, next to the flowers. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded wrong, too loud. The shape didn't react. I stepped onto the porch. The shape turned. Not quickly, slowly, like it was heavy. Then it started moving toward the gate, toward me. I stepped back inside, locked the door. Sarah asked what was wrong. I said nothing, just the wind. But I could feel it. The pressure in the house increased, like something was pushing against the walls from the outside. The whispering started again, louder. Inside the house. Megan L. Megan L. Sarah heard it too. She came out of the kitchen, holding a mug. Her hand was shaking. "It's saying your name," she said. I told her it wasn't. It was just noise. But it was my name. Megan Ellis. My full name. The one I never use. The one on my birth certificate. The one only the post office and the IRS care about. The next morning, I went over. In daylight. The jar on Margaret's grave was gone. The flowers were scattered. The unmarked grave next to hers had a new jar. And flowers. But these were different. They were dried, pressed, like they'd been in a book for 100 years. I called Gloria at the Historical Society. I asked her, straight out, what happened to Margaret Keller's husband, Thomas. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, he remarried, a woman named Ellen. They had a daughter, Margaret, named after his first wife. I felt something cold run down my spine. What happened to them? They moved away, she said. After the incident. What incident? She hung up. I went to the county clerk's office, asked to see property records for my address. The clerk, a young guy named Kyle, was helpful. He pulled up the deed. My landlord's name was on it, but there was an attachment, a historical easement, dated 1879. It said the property must remain unobstructed in its view of the Morris County Cemetery, Lot 47, Marker 62. Margaret Keller's lot. I asked Kyle what that meant. He said he didn't know. He'd never seen anything like it. He made a copy for me. As I was leaving, he said, "My grandpa used to deliver mail on your route. He said that house was empty for a long time, between families, always was." "Why?" I asked. He shrugged. He just said it was a between house, whatever that means. That night, I didn't close the gate. I watched it from my porch. At 11:47, it opened, by itself. The latch lifted. The gate swung wide. The shape was there again. It moved to Margaret's grave. It knelt. It placed a jar. Then it turned and looked at my house. At me. I couldn't move. It was too dark to see a face, but I could feel it looking. Then it stood and walked toward the low brick wall. It stepped over, easily. It walked across the street. It walked up my driveway. It walked onto my porch. The screen door opened. The whispering stopped. The pressure in the house vanished. Sarah was asleep. I could hear her snoring. The shape didn't go to her room. It came to mine. It stood in the doorway. I could see it now, in the light from the street lamp through my window. It was small, wearing a dress, old style, long sleeves, a bonnet. Its face was shadow. It said, clear as day, "You're in the way." Then it turned and walked back down the hall. I heard the screen door close. I heard the gate close. I heard the latch click. In the morning, the jar on Margaret's grave had 2 flowers in it. 1 fresh carnation, 1 dried rose. The jar on the unmarked grave had 3. A carnation, a rose, and a daisy. I looked up the symbolism. carnation for remembrance, rose for love, daisy for innocence. I looked at my own name again. Megan Ellis, Margaret Ellen. The same letters, rearranged. I asked Dan at work if he knew who lived in my house before me. He said, a woman named Margaret, years ago. She moved. Where? I asked. He wouldn't say. He just sorted faster. I went to the cemetery. I looked at every stone. I found one, near the back, half hidden by the oak. Ellen Marie Ellis, 1875, 1879. Mother. That's all it said. No beloved. Just mother. The dates. 1879. The same year Margaret died. The same year the easement was filed. I did the math. If Ellen had a daughter in 1875 and died in 1879, that daughter would be 4. Old enough to remember. Old enough to place flowers. Old enough to stand in a doorway. Old enough to still be placing them, 140 years later. I asked Sarah if she wanted to move. She said yes, immediately. She didn't ask why. She's already packing. I'm still getting mail, still sorting it, still delivering, still waving to Mrs. Henderson and the Johnsons and Old Man Patterson. He still waves back. He doesn't know. Or maybe he does. Maybe that's why he's always on his porch, watching. The gate still opens at 11:47. I don't close it anymore. I leave the porch light on. I leave the screen door unlocked. I leave the hallway clear. The pressure is back, but it's different now. It's not pushing in. It's waiting. I came home today, and there was a jar on my porch. Empty, clean, waiting. I put it on the kitchen table. Sarah saw it and started crying. I didn't ask why. I'm writing this down because Gloria from the Historical Society called. She left a message. She said she found something else in the ledger. A note tucked in the back. The daughter remained. The house remained. The view must remain. She waits for her mother to come home. I asked my landlord if I could break the lease. He said no. He said the easement requires occupancy. He said it's in the contract I signed. He said it's always in the contract. I checked. It is. I sit on the porch now. I watch the cemetery. I watch Margaret's grave. The flowers are always fresh. The jar on the unmarked grave is always full. The broken angel still points up. And sometimes, when the wind dies down and the town goes quiet, I hear a child's voice. Not a whisper, a voice. It says, Mommy's almost here. I don't know which mother she means. Sarah left yesterday. She hugged me hard. She said, don't answer the door. I said I wouldn't. But the screen door doesn't have a lock, just a latch. And the latch lifts. At 11:47 tonight, I'll be sitting on the porch. The gate will open. The shape will cross the street. It will stand in my doorway. It will say, you're in the way. And I'll say, I know. Because I am. I'm in the way of a view that must remain unobstructed. I'm in the way of a daughter waiting for a mother who died 140 years ago. I'm in the way of a house that needs to be occupied, but not lived in. I'm just the postal worker. I deliver things. I sort them. I put them where they belong. I guess that's what she wants me to do. Sort this out. Put it where it belongs. But I don't know where that is. The jar on my kitchen table is still empty. The easement is still binding. The gate is still opening. And the flowers on Margaret Keller's grave are still fresh, every Monday, like clockwork. I heard the whisper again last night. Clearer now. It's not my name. It's not Megan Ellis. It's Margaret Ellen. My name. Her name. The same. I think she thinks I'm her mother. Come home. I think she's been waiting a long time. I think she's tired of waiting. The screen door just opened. It's 11:46. I can hear the gate creaking across the street. I'm not going to turn around. I'm just going to sit here and watch the cemetery. Because that's what the house requires. That's what the easement demands. That's what the daughter needs. I guess I'm not just the postal worker anymore. I'm the watcher. I'm the placeholder. I'm the thing that's in the way. But I'm also the thing that's keeping the view clear. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all she needs. Someone to watch. Someone to wait. Someone to be here, in this house, across from the graves, while she places her flowers and whispers her mother's name. Megan Ellis. Margaret Ellen. The same. I hear her footsteps on the porch now. The screen door is open. She's standing behind me. She says, "Thank you for keeping the view." I don't turn around. I just nod. She walks back across the street. The gate closes. The pressure lifts. And the cemetery looks exactly the same as it always has. Peaceful. Familiar. Waiting. I still deliver the mail. I still wave to Old Man Patterson. I still come home to this house. Sarah calls sometimes, asks if I'm okay. I say I am. I tell her the house is quiet. I tell her the cemetery is peaceful. I tell her everything is fine. I don't mention the jar on my porch, the one that appears every Monday morning, empty and clean. I don't mention the whisper at 11:47, which now says, "Good night, Mother." I don't mention the fact that I started placing a single daisy in the jar every Sunday night before bed. I don't mention that the pressure in the hallway has gone away completely. I don't mention that I sleep with my window open now. I don't mention that I can feel her watching the house, making sure I'm here, making sure the view is clear, making sure I'm not going anywhere. I don't mention that I'm not. I'm from Council Grove, Kansas. I deliver the mail. I live across from a cemetery. And I'm not alone. But I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just part of the routine. Like the flowers. Like the gate. Like the whisper. Like the broken angel pointing up. Like the daughter waiting. Like the mother who never left. We're all just here, keeping the view unobstructed, keeping the story going, keeping the silence filled with the sounds we're supposed to make. The mail truck is loud in the morning. The wind is constant. The cemetery is quiet. The house is occupied. And that's all anyone ever asks for, really. That's all the easement requires. That's all the daughter needs. That's all I have to give. I'm Megan Ellis, and I'm home. My name is Rachel, and I'm from Marblehead, Ohio. It's this little town on the Lake Erie shoreline, about halfway between Cleveland and Toledo. You've probably never heard of it. Most people haven't. We got maybe 300 residents, and that's counting the folks who only stay here in summer. It's quiet. Real quiet. The kind of place where the loudest thing at night is the foghorn from the fishing boats. And even that sounds lonely. I moved back here 2 years ago. Lived in Columbus for a while after college. But the city just, I don't know. It wore me out. Too much everything. So I came home. Well, not home exactly. My parents retired to Florida, sold me their house for way less than they should have. It's a 2-story place on Maple Street, built in the 1920s. Yellow siding that's gone gray in spots. Needs a new roof. But I can't afford that yet. I live with my older sister, Denise. She's 42, divorced, works from home doing medical billing. We get along okay, better than you'd expect, really. She's the neat one. I'm the one who leaves coffee mugs on the windowsill and forgets to close the closet door. She always says, "Rachel, how hard is it to push a door shut?" And I say, "Apparently very hard, since I forget every single time." We laugh about it. It's fine. I work at the library, the Marblehead Public Library. It's one room, basically. Used to be a bank, back in the day. You can still see where the vault was. They turned it into a reading nook for kids. I do everything there. Check books in and out. Shelve. Help Mrs. Henderson with the computer so she can email her grandkids. Argue with Mr. Peters about the newspaper being a day late. It's not exciting, but it's nice. Steady. I work Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 5. On Sundays, I usually walk down to the pier and watch the boats. Sundays are my day. The house Denise and I live in sits right across from a cemetery. I mean, right across. My porch looks out over this modest little graveyard that's been there since the Victorian era. It's called Oak Grove Cemetery, though there's only like 6 actual oak trees in it. Mostly it's willows and some scraggly pines. There's an iron fence around the perimeter, black paint peeling off in these long strips that look like curled ribbon. The gate squeaks something awful when the wind hits it right. When I first moved back, I thought the cemetery would bother me, but it doesn't. It's actually peaceful, real peaceful. In the mornings, when I'm having my coffee on the porch, I can see the sun come up behind the willow tree in the center. The light filters through those drooping branches and makes everything look soft, like the world's covered in gauze. The grass is always green, even in August when everything else is brown and crispy. The town maintains it, sort of. It's well kept near the entrance but gets wild in the back half. The stones back there are old, tilted, some so worn you can't read the names anymore. Moss covers everything. It's pretty, in a sad way. Denise jokes about it. She'll be doing dishes and look out the kitchen window and say, "Quiet neighbors at least." Or when we get a package delivered, she'll tell the driver, "Just leave it on the porch, the neighbors won't steal it." She thinks she's hilarious. I guess she is, kinda. The mailman, Tom, he's lived here his whole life. He doesn't laugh at the jokes, just sort of nods and looks at the ground. The first few months were completely normal. I fell into a routine. Alarm at 7, coffee at 7:30, leave for work at 8:45. Denise would already be at her desk in the spare room, talking to herself about diagnosis codes. I'd come home at 5:15, make dinner. Denise would emerge around 6, stretching her back, complaining about her chair. We'd eat, watch whatever show we were on. Last year it was that baking competition, the one with the nice British lady. And then I'd read until about 10. Denise goes to bed at 9:30, like clockwork. She's big on sleep. The cemetery was just there, part of the view. Sometimes I'd see old man Peterson putting flowers on his wife's grave. She's been gone 6 years, but every Tuesday, there he is. White bucket, fresh carnations, pink ones. He'd stay about 20 minutes, straighten the stone, pull a weed or two, then leave. Sometimes families would visit on weekends, a whole carload of them, kids running between the headstones, while adults stood around talking. The kids always got yelled at. "Show some respect," the parents would say. The kids never listened. In October, the town puts these little solar lights on all the graves. They flick on at dusk, so the whole cemetery glows. Just tiny pinpricks of white light, like stars that fell and got stuck in the grass. I used to sit on the porch and watch them come on, one by one. Denise hates them. She says they look like eyes. I told her she's being dramatic. She said I'm too trusting. That's how we are. The weird stuff started small. So small, I didn't even notice it as weird at first. It was a Wednesday night in late November. Denise had already gone to bed. I was out on the porch, just sitting, even though it was cold. I had a blanket wrapped around me, and I was watching the cemetery lights. There was no wind, like none. The lake was flat as glass, which is rare. Everything was still. Then I heard the gate squeak. That distinctive metal-on-metal sound. I looked over, And sure enough, the gate was swinging open, wide open. I figured it was Tom, the mailman. Sometimes he cuts through on his way home. He lives on the other side of the cemetery. Saves him walking all the way around the block. But I didn't see him. The gate just stayed open for about 5 minutes. Then it swung shut again. Same squeak. I didn't think much of it. Wind gust, I figured. Even though there wasn't any wind. But there must have been, right? A little one I just didn't feel on the porch. The next morning, Thursday, I was opening the library and Mrs. Henderson came in. She returned a large print romance novel, the kind with the pirate on the cover. She asked how I was liking being back in Marblehead. I said it was good. Quiet. She looked at me over her glasses and said, "Quiet's good. Some places are too quiet, though." I asked what she meant. She just patted my hand and said, "You'll know if you need to know, dear." Then she left. Old people say weird stuff all the time. I shelved the pirate book and forgot about it. That night, I got home and Denise was already cooking. She had the window over the sink open, even though it was 40 degrees out. She said she needed fresh air. I noticed she kept looking out at the cemetery while she stirred something. I asked what was up. She said, "Nothing. Just thought I saw something." I asked what. She said, "Probably a deer. They get in there sometimes." But she didn't sound convinced. We ate, watched TV. Around 9, I went out to get the mail I'd forgotten. The motion light on the garage came on like it should, but it flickered 3 times, fast, on off, on off, on off, then stayed on. I stood there for a second, waiting to see if it would do it again. It didn't. The bulb's probably going, I thought. Made a mental note to tell Denise, since she's the one who handles the house stuff. Friday at work, I was processing returns and found a book that wasn't ours. It was old, leather-bound, no library markings. Title was Burial Practices of Northern Ohio, 1840 to 1900. I flipped through it. Handwritten notes in the margins, some underlining. I figured someone left it by mistake, maybe donated it. I set it on my desk to ask around. No one claimed it. I ended up taking it home. Seemed interesting. That weekend, Denise and I did yard work. Raked leaves, mostly. The cemetery was full of people, it being a Saturday. I saw the Peterson family, 3 generations of them, all gathered around a plot near the willow tree. They were arguing about something. Couldn't hear what. One of the younger men kept pointing toward our house. I figured they were just orienting themselves. Those old stones can be hard to find. Sunday, I walked to the pier like always. It was overcast, the lake steel gray. I sat on the bench and watched a freighter go by, way out. When I got home, Denise was on the porch, staring at the cemetery. She had this look. I asked what was wrong. She said, "The flowers." I looked. On one of the graves near the gate, there were fresh flowers, white lilies. They hadn't been there that morning. I said, "Maybe someone came while we were out." Denise shook her head. "I haven't moved since you left. 3 hours. No one's been there." I told her she must have missed them. She said, "Rachel, I'm looking right at them. They're fresh, wet from the florist." She was right. The cellophane was still on them, catching what little light there was. I shrugged. Maybe the wind blew them from another grave. Even as I said it, I knew that was stupid. The wind wasn't blowing, and they were stuck in one of those metal cone things that holds the flowers upright. Denise went inside. She seemed annoyed. Not at me, just annoyed. She spent the rest of the day in her room, working. I made dinner alone, meatloaf. She came out, ate quietly, went back in. I watched the cemetery lights come on. All of them, even the one near the gate, where the lilies were. It flickered, like my garage light had. Just once. I told myself it was a bad bulb. They probably bought them in bulk, all from the same batch. Bad wiring. Something. Monday morning, I got to work and Tom the mailman was there, dropping off a shipment of new books. He asked how I was liking the house. I said it was good. He nodded, didn't make eye contact. I asked if he knew anything about Oak Grove Cemetery. He stopped what he was doing. Like what? He asked. I said, just wondering about the history. It's so old. He looked at me then, real direct. Some things are old for a reason, he said. Then he left. Didn't even finish stacking the books. I asked my boss, Margaret, about the cemetery. She's been running the library for 30 years. She knows everything about this town. She said, Oak Grove? It's just a cemetery, Rachel. Why? I told her about the book I'd found. She got this look, like she'd tasted something sour. Where did you find that? I told her. She said, put it in the lost and found. Don't read it. I asked why not. She said, just don't. Then she went into her office and closed the door. She never closes the door. That night, I couldn't sleep. I'd gone to bed at 10, but at 11:30, I was still awake. I got up, went to the bathroom. Denise's door was open a crack, and I could hear her snoring. That's how I knew she was really asleep. She only snores when she's out cold. I went downstairs for water. The kitchen window was still open, even though it was now in the 30s outside. Denise must have forgotten. I went to close it, and I looked out. The cemetery was dark, except for the solar lights. But there was something else. A shape, near the willow tree. It wasn't moving, but it was darker than the darkness around it. I leaned closer, pressed my forehead to the glass. My breath fogged it up. When I wiped it clear, the shape was gone. I told myself it was a shadow from the willow branches. They hang low, move in the wind, but there wasn't wind. Still, it could have been a trick of the light. Those solar lights, they cast weird shadows. I closed the window, locked it. I never lock windows. Didn't even know that one had a lock. Tuesday morning, I woke up and Denise was already in the kitchen. She had the book I'd found open on the table. She was reading it, her face pale. I asked what she was doing. She said, "Did you read this?" I said I'd flipped through it. She pointed to a page. Look. It was about Oak Grove, specifically about a pair of graves in the center. Sisters, died a day apart in 1887. The book said they were buried together in a shared plot, which was unusual for the time. It also said their graves were marked by matching stones, always decorated the same way. I asked what the big deal was. Denise said, "Go look." So I did. I walked across the street into the cemetery. The gate squeaked as I pushed it open. The grass was damp with morning dew. I walked to the center, to the willow tree, and there they were. 2 headstones, side by side, identical. Same name, practically. Mary Ann Collins and Margaret Ann Collins. Same last name, same death year. And on both graves, fresh flowers, white lilies. I went back to the house. Denise was waiting on the porch. I said, "Okay, that's weird." She said, "You think?" I told her it was probably just some descendant of family tradition. She said, "Rachel, we just moved here. No one told us about this, but the flowers are fresh every week. I watch. Every Tuesday, new flowers. Who's doing that?" I didn't have an answer. I went to work. Margaret asked if I'd put the book in Lost and Found. I said I had. I lied. I kept it in my bag. During my lunch break, I read more. The book talked about burial practices, but also about unusual occurrences near cemeteries in the late 1800s. People reporting displacements and auditory phenomena. It was written like a textbook, but the margins had notes. Someone had written, "Check the gate, check the lights, check the willow." Same handwriting as the other notes. That afternoon, Tom came in to mail a package. I asked him about the Collins sisters. He went completely still. "What about them?" he asked. I said, "Just curious. They died together?" He looked at me for a long time. Then he said, "They didn't die together. They died apart. Same night, different rooms. Fever. But they were buried together because..." He stopped. "Because why?" I asked. He shook his head. "You should ask the Petersons. They know the story." Then he left. The Petersons. Old man Peterson. The one with the pink carnations for his wife. I knew his wife's name was Sarah. I didn't know how he was connected to the Collins sisters. That night, Denise and I sat on the porch after dinner. She was quiet. I asked what was wrong. She said, "I heard something last night. After you went to bed." I asked what. She said, "Whispering. Coming from the cemetery. I thought it was just wind in the willow, but..." She trailed off. "But what?" I prompted. She said, "It was two voices, two women, talking to each other." I told her she was dreaming. She said, "I wasn't asleep, Rachel. I was in the kitchen, getting water. The window was open. I heard them clear as day." I didn't know what to say. We sat in silence. The solar lights came on, one by one. The one by the gate flickered. The one near the Collins sisters' graves stayed steady, bright. I noticed something I hadn't before. There was a bench facing their graves. A stone bench, weathered, covered in lichen. It looked old, real old. And it was positioned so whoever sat there would be looking directly at the two matching headstones. Denise saw me looking. She said, "That bench wasn't there yesterday." I said, "It must have been. We've just never noticed." She shook her head. "I've been here every day for 2 years, Rachel. I'd notice a stone bench." We went inside. Denise locked the front door. We never locked the front door. She also checked the windows, all of them. Then she went to her room and closed the door. I stayed up, reading the book. There was a chapter on graveyard guardians, a folk belief that some cemeteries had watchers, spirits tied to specific plots. The notes in the margin said, "Not spirits, something else, something that stays." Wednesday morning, I woke up to Denise standing over my bed. She had mud on her slippers. I asked what happened. She said, "I went for a walk." I looked at the clock. 6 a.m. "In the cemetery?" I asked. She nodded. "I had to see," she said. "See what?" I asked. She wouldn't answer. "Just went to take a shower." I got up, looked out my bedroom window. My room faces the cemetery, same as the porch. And there, on the ground, were footprints, leading from our front walk across the street, through the gate, to the willow tree, and back. One set. Denise's size, but also another set. Smaller, like a woman's shoe, but old-fashioned. Narrow. They came from the direction of the Collins graves and met hers at the bench. I got dressed, went downstairs. Denise was in the kitchen, making coffee. Her hair was wet. She looked tired. I asked her what she saw. She said, "The flowers were different." I asked how. She said, they were arranged in a pattern, like a circle, around the bench. I said, maybe the Petersons did it. She looked at me. The Petersons don't go near the Collins graves. No one does. I asked how she knew that. She said, I asked Tom yesterday. He said the Petersons have been here for generations, and they avoid that section. Always have. I asked why. She said, he wouldn't say. Just said some histories are better left alone. We didn't talk about it more. We went to work. I couldn't concentrate. I kept thinking about those footprints, the smaller ones. The book in my bag felt heavy. At lunch, I called the Historical Society in Port Clinton, the next town over. I asked about Oak Grove Cemetery, specifically about the Collins sisters. The woman who answered, she got real quiet. She said, we have records, but they're incomplete. The cemetery was private for a long time, family-owned, the Collins family. I asked what happened to them. She said, they died out, except for the Petersons. They're distant relatives. They maintain the plots. I asked about the sisters. She said, I can't discuss that over the phone. You should come in. I told her I would, but I didn't. Something stopped me. Like if I went and saw the records, whatever was happening would become real. And I wasn't ready for real. I wanted it to be wind and bad bulbs and coincidence. That night, I came home, and Denise had moved her desk. It used to face the window overlooking the cemetery. Now it faces the wall. I asked why. She said, I kept seeing things, out of the corner of my eye, movement. I asked what kind. She said, like someone walking between the graves. But when I looked, no one was there. I told her it was probably shadows. She said, it was noon, Rachel. Bright sun, no shadows. We ate dinner in silence. After I went out to the porch, the gate was open, wide open. It was 7 p.m., still light out. I could see it clearly. I watched it for 10 minutes. It didn't move. Then, slowly, it swung shut. No wind. I heard the squeak from across the street. My hands were shaking. I went inside, locked the door. Denise saw my face. She didn't ask. Thursday morning, I woke up to a voice, faint, like someone talking in another room. But Denise wasn't up yet. Her door was closed. I went downstairs. The voice was coming from the kitchen. I stood outside the door, listening. It was two voices, two women, having a conversation. I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm, back and forth. Like they were discussing something important. I pushed the door open. The voices stopped. The kitchen was empty. The window was open again. I closed it, locked it. I noticed something on the windowsill. Mud. 3 small smudges, like fingerprints. I cleaned them up. Didn't tell Denise. She was already on edge. I didn't want to make it worse. At work, Margaret asked if I was okay. I said I was fine. She said, you look tired. I told her I hadn't been sleeping well. She nodded. The cemetery, she said, not a question. I didn't answer. She said, some people are sensitive to that kind of thing. Old places. I said, I'm not sensitive. I'm just tired. She didn't argue. Tom came in later. He didn't mail anything. Just stood at the desk. He said, you should stop asking questions. I said, what questions? He said, about the Collins sisters, about the cemetery. I asked why. He said, because some things, when you notice them, they notice you back. Then he left. That night, Denise and I sat on the porch again. We didn't talk. The solar lights came on, all except one. The one by the gate. It stayed dark. The one by the Collins graves was the brightest, almost too bright. And the bench, the stone bench. I could see it clearly now, even in the dim light. And there was something on it, a shape, like someone sitting. Denise saw it too. I could tell by the way she stiffened. She grabbed my hand. Her palm was sweaty. We sat there, not moving, watching the bench. The shape didn't move. It just sat, facing the graves. After about 5 minutes, Denise whispered, "We should go inside." We did. We locked everything. Windows, doors. Denise even locked the door to the basement, which we never use. We sat in the living room, lights on, TV on, volume up, like we could drown it out. I asked Denise if she believed in ghosts. She said, "I believe in something. I don't know what." I said, "It's probably just kids, messing with us." She said, "At 11 p.m. on a Thursday, in a cemetery?" I didn't have an answer. We tried to sleep. I lay in bed, listening. The house makes sounds. Old houses do. The radiator knocks. The wood settles. But this was different. This was a voice, 2 voices, coming from outside, from the cemetery. I got up, looked out the window. The shape was still on the bench. And now there was another shape, standing near the Collins graves. They were both still. Just there. I closed the curtain, lay back down, pulled the covers over my head, like a kid. I felt stupid, but I also felt something else. Watched, noticed. Friday, I called in sick. I never call in sick. Margaret sounded surprised. She said, "Take care of yourself." Denise stayed home too. We didn't talk about why. We just both knew. We spent the day in the living room, curtains drawn. We could still see the cemetery through the gaps. We could see the gate. It opened and closed all day. Open, closed, open, closed. No one there to push it. Around 3 p.m., there was a knock at the door. We both jumped. Denise answered. It was Old Man Peterson. He had his white bucket, but it was empty. He asked to come in. Denise let him. He stood in our living room, looking at the floor. He said, "I heard you've been asking about the Collins sisters." I said, "A little." He nodded. "You live across from them now. They know." I asked what he meant. He said, "They always know who's across the street." He told us the story. The Collins sisters, Mary Ann and Margaret Ann, died in 1887. Fever, like Tom said. But it wasn't just fever. It was a fever that came after their brother died. He was a fisherman, drowned in the lake. They were supposed to be watching him. Mary Ann was 16. Margaret was 14. They blamed themselves. They got sick within a day of each other, died within a day. Their parents buried them together in a shared plot, which was unheard of then. They also commissioned matching headstones and a bench, so the sisters would always have a place to sit, together, forever. Peterson said, "The thing is, they don't like being alone. They never did, so they notice people, especially people who live close. They notice." I asked what they do. He said, "They visit, in their way. They start small, the gate, the lights, flowers." Denise and I looked at each other. He continued, "If you acknowledge them, they get closer. If you ignore them, they get curious. There's no winning. You just live with it." I asked how he knew all this. He said, "My family's lived here for 5 generations. We've all lived in that house across the street at some point. My great-grandfather built it. He was the one who put in the first motion light. They kept triggering it. He thought it was thieves. Peterson looked at Denise. Your medical billing. They used to hear typing at night, back when it was a typewriter. Click, clack, click, clack. My grandmother thought it was the neighbor. It wasn't. Denise went pale. I asked, what do we do? Peterson said, nothing. You don't do anything. You don't talk to them. You don't acknowledge them. You live your life. Eventually they settle down. They always do. But it takes time. A year, maybe 2. He looked at the window, at the cemetery. They're quiet right now. That's good. Means they're listening. He left. We watched him walk across the street, through the gate, to his wife's grave. He put the empty bucket down and sat on the grass next to the stone. He didn't move for an hour. That night, we didn't go on the porch. We stayed inside. The solar lights came on, all of them, even the one by the gate. We could see the bench clearly. It was empty, but the flowers on the Collins graves had been moved. They were in a circle now, around the bench. Denise whispered, should we move? I said, we can't afford to move. She said, can we afford to stay? I didn't answer. The voices started around 10. 2 women, talking. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear the tone. One was sad. The other was curious. They were discussing something. Us, probably. Denise came into my room. She said, you hear it too, right? I nodded. She sat on the edge of my bed. We listened together. Around midnight, the talking stopped. There was a new sound. Footsteps. On our porch. Light. Like women's shoes. Click, 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 click. They walked from one end to the other, then stopped, right outside my window. I could see a shadow through the curtain. A shape. Like someone standing there, looking in. Denise grabbed my hand. We didn't breathe. After a minute, the shadow moved away. The footsteps receded. The gate squeaked. Open. Closed. We didn't sleep. We sat in my room. Lights on until dawn. When the sun came up, we went outside. There were footprints on our porch. One set. Small. Narrow. Women's shoes. Old-fashioned. They went from the steps to my window. And there were flowers. White lilies. Laid on the porch railing. Fresh. Wet from the florist. Denise started crying. I didn't. I just felt tired. So tired. We went to work. Well, I did. Denise said she couldn't concentrate. She stayed home. I told Margaret everything. I don't know why. She listened, nodding. When I finished, she said, I wondered when they'd start with you. Took longer than I thought. I asked what she meant. She said, that house has been empty for years. No one stays. Your parents didn't tell you? I said, they said they were retiring. She shook her head. They were leaving. They lasted 6 months. Before them, the Johnsons lasted a year. Before them, the Millers, 9 months. It's always the same. The sisters notice. They get curious. I asked why no one told us. She said, would you have believed it? Would you have moved in? I said, no. She said, exactly. I left early. I went home. Denise was on the porch, in the same spot she'd been when I left. She said, they moved the bench. I looked. It was closer to our house, about 10 feet closer, right near the gate. I said, maybe the town moved it. She said, the town doesn't touch anything in that section. No one does. She was right. The grass around it was overgrown, but the bench was on a path of fresh gravel, like it had been dragged. That night, we heard the voices again, but they were clearer. One said, "They see us." The other said, "They don't see, they look." The first said, "The younger one looks." The second said, "She looks but doesn't see, yet." Denise said, "They're talking about you." I said, "They're not talking about anything. It's just sounds. The wind in the willow." But the willow wasn't moving. There was no wind. Around 2 a.m., I heard my name. Rachel. Just once. Faint, like someone calling from far away. But also like they were right outside my door. I didn't answer. Peterson said not to. Don't acknowledge them. I looked out the window. The bench was empty, but the Collins graves had a shape on them. 2 shapes, like people lying down, on top of the graves. I closed the curtain, lay down, pulled the covers up. I heard Denise's door open. She went downstairs. I heard the kitchen window open. Then I heard her voice. She was talking to them. I ran downstairs. She was at the window, leaning out. I pulled her back. "What are you doing?" I hissed. She looked at me, her eyes wide. "I had to. They asked about you. They wanted to know your name." I said, "You told them?" She nodded. "I had to. They wouldn't stop asking." We closed the window, locked it. Denise was shaking. I made tea. We sat at the kitchen table, not talking. The footsteps started on the porch again. Click, 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 click. They walked to the front door, stopped. The doorknob turned, just a little, then stopped, then turned again, like someone was testing it. Denise whispered, "It's locked, right?" I nodded, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember if I'd locked it after Peterson left. The knob turned again. Then there was a knock. 3 times. Soft, like knuckles on wood. Then a voice. "Rachel." It was right outside the door. "Rachel, we just want to talk." Denise started to stand. I grabbed her arm. "Don't," I said. She sat back down. The voice came again. "Rachel, we know you're there. We can see you, through the window." We both looked at the kitchen window. There was a shape there, a face, pressed against the glass, but it wasn't clear. It was like smoke, like mist, but shaped like a face. 2 faces, side by side. Denise screamed. I didn't. I just stared. The faces faded. The footsteps retreated. The gate squeaked. Open, closed. We didn't sleep. We packed a bag. Just one. We were going to leave. Go to a hotel. Anywhere. But when we opened the door at 6 a.m., there were flowers covering our steps. White lilies, hundreds of them, arranged in a path, leading across the street, to the cemetery, to the bench, to the Collins graves. Denise stepped on them, crushed them under her feet. We got in the car, drove away. We stayed at a motel in Port Clinton for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Denise said, "We have to go back. We can't afford to stay here forever." I knew she was right. We drove back. The flowers were gone. The path was clear. The bench was back where it originally was. The gate was closed. Everything looked normal. Peterson was in his yard. He saw us. He nodded. Didn't say anything. Just nodded. That was 3 months ago. We still live there. We still hear them. Not every night, but most nights. The voices, the footsteps, the gate, the lights. They don't knock anymore. They don't press their faces to the window, but they're there, on the bench, in the cemetery, watching. I looked up the Collins sisters in the Historical Society records eventually. Went there myself, when I was ready. The records were incomplete, like the woman said, but there was a note in the margin of the death register, same handwriting as the book. It said, "They don't want company, they want neighbors." I think I understand now. They're not trying to scare us. They're just there, like they've always been. And we moved in across the street. We became their neighbors, and neighbors notice each other. Neighbors acknowledge each other, even when they don't want to. Denise still works with her desk facing the wall. I still go to the library. We still watch TV. We still live our lives. But at night, when the solar lights come on, we don't look out the windows. We don't go on the porch. We don't answer when we hear our names. Last Tuesday, I came home, and there were flowers on my porch. Not lilies. Carnations. Pink ones. From Old Man Peterson's bucket. He'd left them there while I was at work. A peace offering, maybe. Or a welcome. Or a warning. I put them in a vase. Set them on the kitchen windowsill, where they could be seen from the cemetery, where they could be seen from the bench. That night, the voices were different. They were talking to each other, but also to someone else. A third voice, softer, answering. I couldn't hear what it said, but I recognized the tone. It was Peterson's wife, Sarah, the one who died 6 years ago. I got up, looked out the window. Peterson was in the cemetery, sitting by his wife's grave. And on the bench, there were 3 shapes now. 2 sitting, 1 standing. The standing one was pointing toward our house. I closed the curtain, went back to bed. But I didn't sleep. I listened. To the 3 voices. To the gate, squeaking open and closed, like someone can't decide whether to come in or stay out. In the morning, the flowers I'd put on the windowsill were gone. Just the vase, empty. The window was open. I hadn't opened it. The mud on the sill was fresh. Denise came downstairs. She looked at the vase. She looked at me. She said, "They're not going to stop, are they?" I said, "No, I don't think they are." She nodded, like she'd known all along. "At least they're quiet neighbors," she said. But her voice cracked when she said it. I still work at the library. I still walk to the pier on Sundays. I still live my life. But now, when people ask how I like being back in Marblehead, I say, it's quiet. And I leave it at that. Because some things, when you notice them, they notice you back. And once they notice you, you're never really alone again. The gate squeaks open. The lights come on. The voices talk. And I don't look. I don't answer. I just live here, across the street, from them. Sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear my name. Rachel. Just once. And I feel something. A presence. In the room. Not threatening. Just there. Like a neighbor. Checking in. Making sure I'm home. I don't open my eyes. I don't move. I just breathe. And wait. And hope that someday they'll find what they're looking for. And leave me alone. But I know they won't. Because they're not looking for something. They're looking for someone. And that someone is me. The flowers on the porch this morning were white lilies. Fresh. Wet from the florist. I left them there. I didn't touch them. I just stepped over them, went to work, came home. They're still there. Getting old, wilted. But they don't blow away. They just sit, in a neat pile, on my welcome mat. I don't think it's very welcoming anymore. Denise is moving out next month. She can't take it. She found a place in Sandusky, a one-bedroom, no cemetery view. She asked if I wanted to come with her. I said no. I don't know why. Maybe I'm used to it. Maybe I'm curious. Maybe I'm just too stubborn to let a couple of dead girls chase me out of my own house. She said, "They're not dead, Rachel. Not really." I asked what they were then. She said, "They're just here, like the fog, like the lake, like the winter." She's right. They're just here, and I'm just here, and we coexist, me and the Collins sisters, and sometimes Peterson's wife, and whoever else decides to sit on that bench. The book I found is still in my bag. I haven't opened it since that night. I don't need to. I know what it says. It says, they don't want company. They want neighbors. And I guess that's what we are now. Neighbors. I can hear them right now, actually. It's past midnight. The house is dark. Denise is asleep, snoring. And I can hear two voices talking right outside my window. They're not calling my name. They're just talking about the weather, about the lake, about the flowers. One says, she left the lilies. The other says, she's learning. The first says, she'll join us soon. The second says, not yet. She's not ready. I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be ready. But I'm here, and they're here. And the gate keeps squeaking, and the lights keep coming on, and the bench stays full. I guess that's just how it is in Marblehead. Quiet. So quiet you can hear the dead talking, and after a while, you stop minding. After a while, it's just background noise, like the foghorn, like the radiator knocking, like your sister snoring in the next room. Just neighbors. That's all. Just neighbors, being neighborly. The lilies on the porch are gone now. I guess they took them, put them back where they belong, on the graves, in a circle, around the bench. I should probably go to sleep, but I won't. I'll just lie here, listening, waiting, being a good neighbor, because that's what you do, right? When you live somewhere, you get to know the people around you, even if they died 100 years ago, even if they don't have bodies, even if they just want to talk. You listen, and you don't ask questions, and you hope they don't ask too many of you. The gate just squeaked. They're here. I can feel them, in the room, two of them, by the window, watching, waiting, being neighborly. I close my eyes. I don't move. I just breathe, and I wait for morning.